Macht er gar nichts. Warum macht er das doppelt? Let's get the party started. Okay. Here we go. Back in town. Hello, everyone. Some days went by since the last stream. I played a bit offline, so mainly put the last details onto that huge commercial area here. What means a lot of decals, some details here and there, a lot of lamps, some prop cars to make it looking a bit more reasonable where cars are standing. I also decals, some signs. Oh, here are two missing. Why? I think I copy pasted it, and one time I didn't do copy paste, I did move to instead. So some signs, as said, some other little details here, some planter and bikes and a bench. So from my point of view now, and also some tags and graffiti here and there. So from my point of view, this area could really be done now. Most of the times that lasts so long until I realize something is missing. But for now, I have no idea what could be missing here. What I want to start with today is to work on this area here. So for sure, a lot of bushes and trees. Then some backyard stuff. This was detailed some time ago. This bakery area, outside sitting area. Yeah. That's what we do first today. And yeah, let's start here in this area and then working to this area, so the view is given here into that. So what is here, what needs to go away? Yeah, some of these plants definitely, and the swing and the sandbox should also be not here. Yeah, let's bob it. This is another flower pot. Ah, here. Ah, flower pots too. There's a grill. No grill there. Also no sandbox. No seesaw.
You are watching a master at work.
Hey, thanks, Papa Bear. Good to see you. And Yazid, you got the first. Thanks for being here. Hope everyone is well. Hope everyone is well. I needed some days off stream, as I wasn't feeling too well from Tuesday on this week, but today is much better, and yeah, I was feeling it could be a good day for streaming. Ah, there's a recycling container. So Bob, This is quite narrow. Yeah, the benches I don't care. But needed? They are not needed there. So, Papa Bear, how are you doing back in City Skylines 1? Do you enjoy it? So this should, everything this should not be pavement. And how many hours have you spent in the game yet after being back? 4-4 could be good. 4-4 is too big. Then let's use 2-2. It's not working on that. And then we use that surface. Our grass surface asset. 16 is too big. 8. PO. Yeah, Papa Bear, see you. $12 now, that's okay. Should be like that, I think. So I want to hide that surface there, and as here is a slope, and we need next to this public pathway anyways, something like a wall fence thing. So this is not a bad thing that this is a bit higher. We'll have a good look. Yeah, and as it is always with these surfaces, you can stretch them only well in one or in two directions, and otherwise there appear shadows. And it was like that. Then I rotate it 90 degrees, and usually then everything is working well. No, there again. Yeah, I should have used the bigger one instantly. That's this one. Yeah, this is what I meant with a shadow. And then we need two, unfortunately. But we also could leave this pavement there. Yeah, that's good. And how far can we stretch it here? That's no problem. So good. Now I'm thinking on, this is lower than this grass. And with a wall and fence, it could look not so fitting. Yeah, we should do a second one. Now we can also, or I would also do that fence wall here. And then it will look most realistic, I think. Good. Then fence and wall. There we go. So this house is not a real modern one. We could take an older style of wall, but we don't have to. Let's have a look. Like this one. And the other one I like the other one a bit more. What is this? This is the same. Looking the same, okay. But without fence, okay. Let's work with this. I like to work with fences and walls most of the time, more to work with PO, because usually we need to resize something or get rid of an element of the fence or wall. So I prefer this, and a lot of times I thought, okay, let's do this as a prop. And then I realized after some minutes, maybe that won't work out. Papa Bear, welcome back. Papa Bear, do you have a day off today as well? So in Germany, it's the Karfreitag. What is that in English? Never thought about that. the Good Friday, okay? The Good Friday, the Friday before Easter. So this needs to be higher. Why was this coming all together now? Streamerbot. That should not be like that. I added the missing timer messages from Stream Elements into Streamerbot, and now I was able to get rid of excuse me, Stream Elements chatbot completely. And yeah, this was the first time the timers appeared, and I'm a little bit surprised because their settings for the time when they appear are completely different. So what appeared? Add notification, the new commands, the quotes. Okay, yeah, I think I have it, what the setting was. Give me a short moment. Like that. I put in a setting that it should come in an interval of minutes. Exo, are you back from the lurk? And also there was an option to say every how many lines it should appear, and now I realized, okay, it is not this end, it's the interval or the lines. And then at that moment where 10 lines were written, it was played, put into the chat, and that's not what was my intention for that. And so that we don't get spammed now by my timer messages in this stream, I changed that now. Why didn't that work? Is it impossible to change that? Ah, I have to put in 0. Okay. Now I have it. Okay, I have to do it again. Two more. I'm really happy with Streambot. And it was like a lot of other people said before, other streamers, it was a bit to figure out how Streamerbot works. But from that point, I understood, and that was not, I was working on it for, I think, hey, Lynn is back. Welcome, good to see you. From that moment, I understood how Streamerbot works. It was really an easy thing to do, to set up, and way more options to set things up, like actions. For example, I have this new redeem where a video is played, and that was not possible like that with Stream Elements. I would have needed another app for the stream. I should have made it thicker. Yeah, let's do this one. Oh, start over here. How are you doing, Slyn? More CS2 drama. Shocked, shocked, shocked. Well, not that shocked. What drama? I didn't see any drama yet, but I haven't been in any streams today so far. So CS2 with mods is online only. PDX mods requires an internet connection. If it can't verify a connection, your mods won't load. Yeah, that's so for me it usually is not really a problem like that, because when I am at my desktop PC where I play, I usually have internet connection because I'm at home. But I can understand that that could be or can be a thing for a lot of people. Yeah, and that's also an information, yeah, as I have mostly communication stuff that I criticize. So this is also something what would have been better to communicate that it is like that, and not letting the bringing it live and then letting the people realize, oh, it is like that, and that's not good for me, and being upset then, and yeah, other way around. Sure, people would have been upset as well, but not like, oh, I have to realize it when I was using it and using the game or the Paradox Mods platform. And from my point of view, that is a better thing than running into, oh, we discovered that with PDX mods. Is that a bug? And then, no, that is like that. That will always be like that. And yeah, if you say something before, I think it's easier to come along with that. You're okay. I cleaned up my office room and my living room over the last days, which gave me a boost for mental health. Hey, that's good. That's good. Yeah, it's always on my end. It's always very difficult. Let's say it like that. Very difficult for me to deal with the not being able to do stuff, not being able to, yeah, this chores stuff like that is usually something what gives me constantly pressure, because I think, okay, I should have cleaned the kitchen in the last days, but I didn't made it, and yeah, puts a lot of pressure. And sometimes there are things that you are procrastinating with, or yeah, what is just in the list of priorities further back than other stuff. And as I have to always to decide what, yeah, where do I put my energy in, what is possible to do, and usually, yeah, stuff like cooking, stuff like doing the groceries and so on is more important than yeah, cleaning the kitchen, for example. And yeah, if it was like that for you, I feel you very much, because when you get things done, then it's a really good feeling. Working on a new skin for CS1 and watch his stream. So I will at least have a nice evening. Yeah, that sounds good. And what you wrote, as you are to get today not as good as you hope to be, that's also something. Yeah, what was for me the last days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, it was again, or it was, yeah, more difficult days than I had in the last weeks mostly. And then directly my mind is like, oh no, I wanted to do this, I wanted to do that, and now I can't, and yeah, being disappointed somehow. And yeah, this is also a very common situation for me to deal with that stuff. Papa Bear. Yeah, I usually have internet too, but there is outages, and then you have countries where you don't have constant internet. Yeah, for sure. If I downloaded a mod, it should work and not depend on phoning home to PDX mods. Definitely, and that is something. Yeah, I don't have really an issue with having an internet connection when I play. But what I really dislike is, why is that needed? Yeah, then that's for me a question. Why is that needed? Yeah, why does the mod have to communicate with the platform constantly? Yeah, and at that end, it's really something what annoys me. That's not working. I want to get rid of some segments. So if I merge this and move this here, move this in here as well, this whole stuff here, and the texture is messed up. The problem is the texture here on the downside is a complete texture from here to here. And so if I just move this, yeah, you see it's not good. And I would like to get rid of only one segment would be enough. So if I move this away. Oh. I'm thinking in the wrong way at the moment. I'm thinking in the wrong way. Let's work again just with these. So these can be moved easily. Maybe the thing I tried was not too bad. No, we need that part complete. So we don't want to have the pillar, but the railing. There we go. So if we move this now over here. Yeah, it's still messed up down here. Oh, maybe I had not done everything we need. So if I move this down, sink it in here. Yeah, then it's messed up. Matt, hey. Yeah, I usually, I wasn't reading this to the end. Sorry, Papa Bear. I was confused with what I was doing here. Guten evening. This is a mix of English and German. My Leute and Herr Streamer. How geht es euch today? I think most of you should be able to guess what that was meaning. So because Guten is good evening, my Leute is people, good evening people. Or friends, you can say friends. And Mr. Streamer, how are you today? So, today I'm quite good. The last days were a little bit difficult. Yeah, Papa, that's also a good good to mention. I don't have enough knowledge about things. If that would be possible, then that a modder, yeah, puts in something like that into the mod and collects maybe information about you. It's always messed up the lower part. Maybe if we lower this, not helping in any way. If we move this here before, I would like to get rid at minimum of that flickering we had. That would be good. Yeah, and then we keep it like that. Toby is being distracted. Guten Tag, Herr Weisenberg. Yeah, Papa Bear is also talking German. You call it Görmisch. We in German we call it Denglisch, because yeah, German is Deutsch, a mix from Deutsch and English, Denglisch. And yeah, I like to use that word. And it's really sometimes a little bit ridiculous, to be honest, how much it is meanwhile normal to use, for a lot of people to use the English word for something when speaking German instead of using the German word, what is there as well. So where no need is to describe something in English because it's, let's say, a word that is not so often found in German. But sometimes it's really very common German word. And yeah, then people started more and more over the years to use the English word instead. Sometimes I do that as well, but it depends on with who I'm speaking. Yeah. And if there are older people, or if it is an official, what means not just official? If I go to the doctor or something, yeah, I don't use these English terms. So yeah, and also there are Germans meanwhile that don't know some terms in German anymore, and use that English term. And I really like the world getting closer together, and I like English to be spoken well by a lot of people, and you are able to communicate. I like all of that, but yeah, people should be able to communicate in their mother tongue too, and not only in English, or a specific word, not knowing specific words in the mother tongue. It's a little bit ridiculous from my point of view then. There we go. Loves in speaking both and English. Ah, you're German as well, or German speaking as well. The English was your nickname in high school. Why? Let's tell us why. Oh, Papa Bear, really? Papa Bear gets a timeout. I want to do evil things with all the points. Should I, or should I be nice? Okay, EXO was just faster. So, sorry, Papa Bear, but I can't do anything. Bye. But 2 minutes are not too long. And EXO, I just realized I forgot something. And what is the command? Mod. Yeah. EXO. But please don't misuse your power. And yeah, there was another command that could be interesting for you, EXO, as a mod here. If this timeout redeem, I didn't get it done yet to automatize this completely. So there is this exclamation mark timeout, and then add the username. That is, yeah, you have the sword. Cool emote, by the way. So exclamation mark timeout, add the username, and then it's again automaticated, that it's the message is coming and the user is timed out for 2 minutes. Okay. I still dislike this segment being in this position, because that is seen there very, very well, and I think it's good to hide it a bit more in the background. So if we move this here, Yeah, there are not so many options for being evil in this stream, not yet. And yeah, Exo. Yeah, Exo is smart. Was smart in this respect here. Yeah, Matt, you're good as well. Yeah, the long weekend. Yeah, I assume it's the same in the Netherlands that you have day off today, like we here in Germany. So we should, with the yeah, being in that Christian. Why is it like that? In that Christian bubble. So not myself, but living in a country that is Christian culture. Only Monday, okay. To Brussels. Ah, okay, nice. So he left the Netherlands. But it's not that far away, huh? Brussels. I think I could go there quite fast as well from here where I'm living. Should be around 2 hours. No, it should be less. 1.5 hours. Papa Bear. Watch out. Just a reminder. The pointy and goes towards the person you intend to fight, not towards yourself. So glad I remembered that today is a holiday. Usually I go grocery shopping on Fridays for the weekend. Yeah, I was yesterday in the afternoon, and I was quite lucky. Yeah, often the supermarkets are that crowded if you have some days off, and yeah, especially the days when everyone has day off, and yeah, sometimes or often it feels like they think the supermarkets won't open again after the days off. Yeah, it's just like, okay, we have to buy now for the next century. Yes, welcome. Soon to be wife is Belgium. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good. I realize just now, I don't think we get too much done here today, as I am quite fast distracted by you guys, by chat. But that's okay. Sometimes my brain is... Sometimes it's not too bad, too much a problem for my brain to do both at a time. Talking, playing, having an eye on chat. But yeah. Sometimes that is not that easy. But this fits to what I was doing or feeling like the last days, to be honest. Oh, was not thick enough. Well, we really we don't really consider Belgium to be abroad. Yeah, you told us a bit in one stream about the cultural near between all those areas, especially south of Netherlands and Belgium. You've been doing it wrong all the time. Watching you and City Planner Plays playing Frisbee is so precious. He's playing Frisbee IRL stream, okay? Oh, sorry for context. This is in... Yeah. Okay. In Sims 3. So, for the others in context, has added a sim looking like me and also one looking like City Planet Plays. And we live together in a house, so yeah, we are playing Frisbee. Good thing. Lynn, something to add to the language conversation we just had. Sometimes I switch unconsciously when saying things when working on assets. So some stuff is in German, some in English. So far, so good. But now I have a file called str alt. Yeah, str. String. String or stripes. And I don't know if it's the old version as in German or the alternative version. Yeah. That's if you get confused yourself with that stuff, then it can become really funny. I want to do the balconies first. But we can put down different stuff we will use here in the whole area for the houses. In the regions of Flanders, Brabant, and Limburg are split between the two countries. So culturally, Breda or Maastricht are closer to Antwerp or Hasselt than they are to Amsterdam. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah. So we had enough examples that I don't have really really good knowledge about those cultural stuff, history stuff. Although not German, not in Germany, not in Europe. And so if topics like that appear in my stream, I have meanwhile I have given me the rule I just don't say anything that I am not sure about and wait until Matt is here and ask Matt. Yeah, the creeper ivy. Can use that here the first time in that area. And the backyards, we don't need mailboxes, yeah. Do we have... Yeah, we have. Maybe this on this house could be a nice addition. Some points to make it a little bit more used looking. I think this one and this one. Let's put that directly onto the building, as I could forget it. This is something that I don't, or I'm able to not see later, that it's not put onto the building. I think the color is the brightest. Yeah, it is. Oh, you snoozed ads for 5 minutes. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. Absolutely. But interesting is that I don't see it in my Stream Manager that you pause the ads. But yeah, let's try stuff like that out. By the way, Toby, I found this one new mod that makes graphics so much easier. So what means you found visibility control, you think? I'm about to try it another time, as Stupido. Oh, there are the ads. No, in 5 minutes they come. What is different? I don't see anything that is different, Exo. What did you do? I don't really see what you did, what you made different. Let's say it like that. Yeah, so I will give the new mods another try, as Stupido and also Cityscape are trying it, and Stupido shared his settings with me, and when I tried them last summer, I didn't find in that time, let's say that time, I was saying to me, okay, let's put that amount of time into that topic to try it out. And yeah, I didn't get the things looking good for me, and so I switched back, as a lot of other people still on the old mods. And when it comes to the topic of visuals in the game, it's always a topic, I think, for everyone. Yeah, that something could be better, could be different, and yeah, especially if the new mods are more lightweight to the game. I'm always interested to try that. So are you happy, Papa Bear? Supper and done, what was that? Natural lightning. I like that song. Let's have a look at that mod. What you... Natural lightning. To be honest, I never heard about that mod. Ah, it's really a quite new one, huh? From this year. I don't know the mod creator. Omret. Yeah, I have to check that out. Oh, Papa Bear commented. I have to check that out. I really also in no discussion I heard about that mod. But this seems only to be lightning and natural lightning. So it contains features of Daylight Classic, Softer Shadows, Render It, and Lumina. I just read why the last section of the description. Why not you just use Render It or Lumina? And the creator says, I like both mods. I used them for quite some time, as Daylight Classics and Softer Shadows are very old and have their quirks with the current version of the game. But I could never get exactly the look I wanted, and both mods gave me option paralysis. And I just wanted no config instant improvement for the game, very yellow tinted lightning. So I created natural lightning for myself and decided to share it here. The second reason is that both mods use the Harmony patching library, which might cause issues for people who play the game on Apple Silicon hardware, as it has some outstanding issues with platform support, natural lightning. Okay. I just wanted to say Harmony should not cause issues, but on Mac, that could be another thing. Oh, now are ads running? I'm not sure, but I think so, EXO, that you delayed it really 5 minutes. And that was then the notification I got by the game that when the counter was going down about from 5 minutes to the time it started. I think that was that notification then. Papa Bear, thank you. Thanks for the subscription. Very appreciated. I don't know if you saw my in my info about the channel. So every money I get from Twitch, so subscriptions and or everything else, yeah, I get with streaming, I spend on supporting asset and mod creators. At the moment, mostly CS1 asset mod creators. But I know there are guys working yet on stuff for CS2 as well, or I'm supportive of Cuboid for example, and Cuboid just released Move It for Cities 2. Thanks, Axel. There's my break. What mod I give another try? It's Lumina mostly. Lumina, but also visibility control. So those were intended to replace the need for render it, for relight, for daylight classic and all that stuff, or to combine it. And yeah, that was what I tried last summer, and where I got to the point that I wasn't be able to put more time into it. So that was what I was talking about. No problem. Even when you start CS2 modder support, I don't mind. It's not their fault how that game turned out. And from my point of view, also, it will depend way more than I was hoping before the release of Cities 2, again on the modders to get that game to the point I want it to be. And yeah, that's something what I want to support as well. And most of the City Skylines 2 modders were City Skylines 1 modders, and sure, asset creators, something else. Usually I have a look at who is an active asset creator that is producing a lot of assets that I like, or I just have a look in Find It, for example, and see here the list of asset creators I use, and you always see how many assets you have in your collection by someone, and yeah, that is often also something where I have a look at. For example, Comrade Intense. I was patron for Comrade Intense, I think minimum a year back then, when he was also very active. I'm new. I'm Polizeifunk does have a new patron started last week, and I directly joined it because Army Polizeifunk is doing making a lot of very nice assets for German or Central European cities. A Bad Monkey I didn't have in the list yet. I donated to Chameleon. Also, there are a lot of people not having any option on their sites to donate or patron a Ko-Fi site. Plus, I donated for So further down, someone I used a lot of is Titan. I've been patron there for some time. Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised that there are not so many numbers seen that are above 100 or even several hundreds. I think Titan will be one. Modocero, I'm patron of Modocero as he's doing so amazing stuff, and I know Modocero from the beginning. Yeah, also Moose was there from the beginning, looking at Modocero, and one of the first supporters on Patreon, and yeah, he's just doing great stuff, and how he developed over the month, what he's able to do as assets is really crazy. Meanwhile, Ronix, for example, yeah, sure, several hundreds. I don't think that I ever had the chance to donate or to go to Patreon from Ronix. He disappeared from the community quite early after so there are some Spence, for example, or Bird Monkey was there before. They have a lot of props I'm sub to, but I never. Yes, when Berlin I donated. Berlin is crazy, and is still making assets for the game. Yeah, okay. So chat. So I use Natural Lightning and Eye Candy X. Wasn't Eye Candy X the usually used in the combination with Lumina? I'm quite sure I tried to use it in combination with Lumina. And Eye Candy X is, yeah, it's a ultimate eye candy mod in general, but made for, this is not the tab, made for nowadays, yeah, game version, worked over. Come on, let's put some stuff here where we will use it anyways. We could put some wall mounted ACs, but I like it to place. I like to place it more with Move It then. Often there is still a gap when you put stuff. With this one, this could be okay. A gap between the wall and of the building and the prop. I'm one of these people. What do you mean with one of these people? I don't know if I now have... You're one of these people you find in that list. Yeah. I hope Chameleon is doing well. I don't know what his situation is, but I heard something that he is not active at the moment. But nothing more. We both want to see to be good, future-proof forward for use to play and for the company to continue the success. That the company messed it up, no matter why or how, is bad. Can they turn it around? maybe, but that's a hard full stop and change ways. Yeah, I think it's a little bit more complex than full stop and change everything. A little bit more complex what they should do. I don't think they did just bullshit. I think there are some things in the game done that are bringing or meeting my expectations. So I think the graphics will be great with custom assets later, and maybe also some visual mods at some point. So far as I know, the platform, how assets are made for the game and mods are made for the game, is way better than, or that is what I read from people, from modders that have knowledge about that, way better than it was for Cities 1. So mods mostly won't break with the game update in the future, for example. I forgot to drink. And when I feel thirsty, then it's time. Yeah. I would love to see it, but by now I'm not optimistic anymore. I love a good comeback story and want to laugh about this in a few years, saying, do you remember the CS start and how amazing it's now? So Papa Bear, there I am on the optimistic side. Or from my point of view, I am quite sure that it will be like that. Yeah, if you have a look at what mods are there now and what mods might be coming, if you have a look what assets are being made at the moment, often by the asset creators we know very well. Honestly, I don't see a reason not to be optimistic. So what, from my point of view, is the thing I was hoping that they cared for that we are able to get that with game release. And they didn't. So that is what... And they didn't communicate it in a good way. So that is mostly what I really criticize. Yeah, it was same for me with Chameleon. Yeah, not only because, or less because of his assets, but yeah, we have to say there are some very nice assets made by Chameleon, and yeah, when I got help by him, I usually donated a bit, as he was really taking a lot of time for helping with stuff like that, or with problems with the game. There was another bench, and I think I put it into this. I think I put it into this list. We should see it at some point. Not really here. I need this somewhere where it's seen. So I'm absolutely optimistic for Cities 2. Absolutely. or more to say, yeah. I think there are yet enough things that you can see being made. This is the bench I was looking for. Yeah, that are made now and just waiting for the game getting the asset editor function that that stuff is available. So if it would be just Colossal Order being responsible or being the only ones who could be able to make that happen, I wouldn't be optimistic. But yeah, I trust that the asset and mod creators will do the trick, will make the difference. To be honest. By the way, how many of these do I have? I wasn't aware of that. But it's good. Yeah, it's good to have some different stuff there. Do I have that stuff here as well? The vanilla playground stuff I would like to see here. Here's the swing. Yeah, I think behind those buildings it makes most sense to use stuff like that. But the slide is not in here, huh? I will be back to chat in a minute. There's a slide. It is somewhere in there, okay. And the sandbox. Okay. Absolutely, Matt. Donating to mod asset creators is worth more than purchasing official DLC or CS2. Okay, DLCs or CS2, okay. Yeah, at the moment. So, as I said, I am very sure that CS2 will get to the point that it is a real successor for this. Then when I took over all functions from iCandy, same creator. From the mod pages, iCandyX is not going to receive any more updates. All features of iCandyX will arrive to Lumina instead. Oh, Nyoko is integrating that. Okay, I didn't know. My problem with CS2 is mostly back-end simulation stuff. Besides their communication and how they handle the situation. yeah, my concern is mostly communication and how they handle the situation. And the simulation that is broken, I don't see will be fixed anytime soon. Okay, yeah. So that is for sure. Yeah, that is definitely the part we have to rely on Colossal Order. And to be honest, so that is not only for detailers or modded players a thing, that is for every player in the game a thing, an important thing. And honestly, I cannot believe that they won't fix that stuff. And that is really something I just can't believe in any way. Because, yeah, that's the game basic. The game base. Yeah, that's not just a feature or something, yeah. So, sure. With stuff like that, we are very dependent on what Colossal Order will do. And why are they that tall? I wanted the doormats. They are not the doormats. Go away. But on the other hand, I am one of these players. I don't care too much about the simulation part. Yeah, so that's for sure a reason why I didn't have that on my mind that that much as you do. I hope for a good comeback story for Cities 2, but I think it will be a few more years. Yeah, that is what I expect as well now. So, and that is what what disappointed me the most. Yeah, that I was, yeah, and all the information given to us was like, okay, we listen to you, we want to give you full mod support and everything, make everything better, and then yeah, then that situation appearing on release or some point just later, that is something that makes me really sad. And I don't have any understanding about that. Why a company with having such a great community and so many people that are, yeah, building such a nice community, why they are treating us like that. That is really something that does not get into my head. Yeah, that example with the criminal police thing. Yeah, it's sure there is a lot of ridiculous stuff going on, and I'm not so aware of a lot of things like that because I quite fast decided to not to put too much of my energy in that whole topic. Besides the ongoing shadow flicker that was present in CS1 and never fixed and is now even worse in Cities 2 because it's more pronounced with the better graphics. Yeah. Yeah, I see you, Papa Bear. For sure. Yeah. I think there are a lot of things, again, that could bring us... I see it more, they could bring us in the same situation as we were with Cities 1. Yeah, that there was a point, okay, modders do a great job and asset creators, but the game itself is limiting things, yeah, in terms of graphics or simulation stuff, or yeah, what is possible to mod. Subido, welcome in. Subido, you have a new colleague as mod in my channel. Exo joined the crowd, the mod crowd here. Honestly, Exo, I don't understand. For a long time now, I don't understand anymore what Colossal Order really wants or is thinking, because yeah, it is not understandable for me, and that's not mostly not from a gamer or yeah, even not from a City Skylines loving addict point of view. It's more like from a point of view. Yeah, I had some years in my life a bit to do with business stuff, and yeah, I don't understand. They with what they did, they took so much risk. Yeah, as well. I said that before. Yeah, from my point of view, it could have been so easy. Yeah, just build something quite similar to Cities 1 from the game itself, fixing the bugs that were not being able to fix in the old engine and the old game. Fix that simulation stuff, for example, or this shadow flickering stuff, and add some new functions. Maybe the road tools are functions I like, and add maybe only some features of the most used mods from Cities 1, for example. Yes, some move it features, some traffic manager features, for example. Yeah, and or some network anarchy, so anarchy as well, network anarchy or network multi-tool features. Add them directly to the game, and yeah, and make just get rid of all the broken, not functioning stuff, make it better. So just not a new game, just CS1 optimized. Sure, graphics optimized, but also simulation, behaving of the simulation of sims and so on. Yeah, make just everything a little bit better. And yeah, there was, from my point of view, there was no need to build up the game again from scratch. Yeah, sure, they had to redo the coding completely for the new engine, but you know what I mean? Yeah, they did not, from my point of view, if you build a sequel of a game like City Skylines 1 was still 9 years after it really was released, so very successful with such a great community, just build up on that, and you have not big risk that it can be a fail. But yeah, that is what I really don't understand. Why risking so much stuff with doing it like that. Yeah, it's chatty. I like that, but I don't get done anything. But it's okay for me. I spent the last 5 minutes trying to find a font for a logo. You wouldn't notice if I use the same font twice, right? I don't think so. I don't think so. Toby just throwing everything down to place it nice on the balconies. Now that's efficiency. It's not just for the balconies, it's for the whole detailing. And that's what my collections for here, in this case, residential detailing, but there is also industrial detailing, or some are for the specific areas here in this city, but for example, monument, motorbike, old town stuff, planters, or then fences, walls, cracks. So cracks is a little bit more than just cracks. So cracks and everything, decals for road stuff and so on. Commercial detailing, city detailing, sim props, cars. Yeah, and then I usually go through the collection, put stuff down that I might use here in this this area, and then let's go. It's more easy than putting one thing down, then again into find it, searching for something. I like this more. I like this more. Sure, it is a little bit of work when you subscribe to assets to put it into the list, to batch it, but yeah, I like that. Flynn, it's an ambulance operated by a private EMS type of thing, so I guess I'll be fine. Also, the assets I use the font on are quite old. Yeah, just do it. That's for the game here. That's not, honestly, that's from my point of view not that important. Oh, I am aware of this bug because it's the only one I reported in the first week. So it's the one I check from time to time as reference where the game is. Is heading after the communication is not helping in any way, but keeping up only reason the game is on my mind at the moment is the new chaos. Shall we have a sword fight? Yeah. Yeah, EXO is also an experienced modder. Yeah, modder in the chats. So yeah, I could expect that that could be interesting if you have a fight. You and Supido. Mods have to be peaceful. We can have a look whose sword is larger. Okay. Okay. Do it. Yeah, do it. Oh, this is 2 times announcement. I have to change something there. That it is just 1-time announcement. That dog is always sleeping on the job, yeah. I think I didn't miss something in chat. Oh, now EXO. Yeah, you know how it works here. In Germany we call it Zuckerbrot und Peitsche. In English it is carrot and stick. Yeah. Carrot and stick. Okay. This one I wanted to place here. This, I need to get rid of this in all my playlists. Because I just like the intro anymore. The rest of this song I can't listen to anymore. I always skip that. You missed something in chat. You would never be distracted detailing never ever. Huh? Where did I miss that? Maybe I didn't get your message correctly. That it is meant differently that I understood it, but that's okay. Yeah, some of these. In Germany, you see quite often people having their own satellite dishes on their balconies. But I think I should use that smaller one for that. And let's use this one on this building then. Okay. Papa Bear. I was assuming that it could have been a joke I don't get in the moment, or yeah. I often also try to say, yeah, I didn't get it because I'm not native speaker. But I think it's mostly that I just don't get it. Yeah, I realized that as well. That if you have a look from the near, yeah, it's just texture, so it's not modeled, and that's or not modeled, yeah, in a 3D look. So yeah, it's not looking that nice, but the whole building, to be honest, is looking very, very nice. And yeah, balconies could be a bit better, definitely. Besides so long in the US, I get the sometimes not. You sometimes not get things. If I go to German only chat, I am often confused or misunderstood. Yeah. I think that's quite normal. In any language, you are not using what is not your. I would say it like that. What is not your mother tongue, and what is what you don't use that often. So Don't know if we use these over there then. Do we need another? Yeah, we need another table. Definitely. On there. Is there something else for? Yeah, let's get some planter stuff there. Well, that's your problem. You are in the US with people like me. Escape while you can. Ah, we had that the other stream, Exo. I think. Do you remember when I was saying what I worry most about going on in the US? So you can't worry me. If I think about that guy who is maybe president soon again, that guy worries me. Good. Well, escape is not an option anymore. Yes, you get used to the language you're around most of the time. So I see where reading English chat, in your case, well, technically thinking German can be confusing sometimes. Yeah. For me, it's the English part what can be more confusing. Yes, you sometimes you don't get the context right, or what is also very often difficult to understand is sarcasm and irony in a language that you you don't speak the whole time or regularly, that you are not, let's say, not on a native speaker level. Yes, XO, see you. This needs something else. Only something smallish. Picture. That's the one we used before. Here, the smaller one. That one. I don't know if Matt was here when we were talking about Cities 2. I don't think so. As most of of the things I was talking about, I wanted to write to Matt in a Discord message, as we had that topic months ago, and I was, what I said before, I quite fast. I didn't put too much energy anymore into the city stew issues, and then I realized at that point in the discussion here in stream that I might not be on that level of knowledge about what happened to discuss some things, and I wanted to give some feedback to Matt there. But I don't think he was here. He would have said something, I'm quite sure. So balconies here, if I add their additional props, I'm not sure yet if I really want to add their stuff. I do it not now, not today. Is here something where we should or could put those planters? Yeah. Here on the terrace. My head is like my autocorrect on the cell phone, totally confused. Because with my parents, I text German. With everyone else, English. So autocorrect has no idea where I'm going with my text and just mix and matches the best it can. It's the same for me. Meanwhile, as most of the communication in the last years on my end is made in English. Yeah, I never used English that much as in those years now after I got in that situation with my health, and it's and into the community, into the international City Skylines community and streaming, and meanwhile as I'm not texting too much with people in German, it's the same for me on the mobile, that I always have a look, okay, what are these words that is giving me to use as well. It's always a complete mix of what is here. Is there a gap? Oh, there's a gap. It always is heavily mixed up, and that's quite funny sometimes. Also, with a high risk of using Denglish, what we had before. German English. That gap here in the wall. I think we should solve it with this building here. So if we turn this a little bit still seen. How is it here? Ah, this is bad then. That might be the reason why I didn't do that before. Or we need to move it that far or further. Better? Aha! Now these windows. That was also even... This is also even worse than the situation before. I think when I placed the buildings, I knew why I did it like that. My English autocorrect is better at correcting German words than my German autocorrect. And vice versa. Yeah, that's exactly. Lynn, that is why it's meanwhile like that autocorrect is completely mixed up, as I always often forget to switch between the languages, to switch the keyboard, and yeah, then it learns German words or English words. Building off. I wanted to use, here is it, the ivy on that wall. Let's scale that up even more. Can be more upscaled. And when it's not seen from that near, but even then, the texture is great. And then we need less of those. Good. Okay, die Katze ist an meinem Fuß. The cat is at my feet, and that means she needs attention. And it's time for evening treat. It's time for evening treat. Yeah, give me some minutes for the treat and also for bathroom and things like that. Let me put you on that view maybe for the minutes. Be right back. Komm. Ja, komm. Right, I'm back. Harris! Mr. Harris! Resubscribed. Then I do something unusual, to be honest. Instead of a slap, Harris gets a hug today. What is unusual in our relationship? Let me adjust the lighting a bit here. This is not working out like I wanted in StreamerBot. This should be one announcement and not 3 different ones. You lost internet and came back to him taking a break. Hey, it was only a few minutes. But later we have to do this longer break for 30-40 minutes because I prepared something for dinner, but it still needs some time to eat. It was a sub gift. It was a sub gift. No, the gift was last month. Was it? I didn't see the news. I didn't see that news, but it's... Have we talked about that? No? Yeah, okay, yeah, we have talked about that earlier, Harris. Nice how you said what they did. They put the final nail in CS2's coffin. Yeah, we were talking about the CS2 situation earlier, and yeah, I still think that CS2 will be at that point, maybe in some years, that it is a successor, and I honestly I can't really say for how many people that is a reason not to use PDX mods, to be honest. I can't really imagine that, or yeah, I don't really have a feeling for that. But so I don't think that must be the coffin, the nail in the coffin. SimKitty, hey, hey. Hey, Mr. T. Hey, Mr. CMKT. Hope you're doing good. Hope you are good today, and judging by the music, you are right. And as I said quite often before, if you see me streaming, here we're working on. If you see me streaming, you can be quite sure that I am doing not too bad, because the last days were an example. Yeah, sure, I wanted to stream, but I definitely was not in the mood, and not only the mood, concentration-wise, and also not feeling, I did not feel able to talk much. Thought at some point about maybe just doing a stream on that German channel, or just go into Discord voice chat. But then I realized, no, it's not just the streaming in English. It's just I don't want to talk to anyone. Yeah, and yeah, and today it was fortunately different again. Fortunately. Maybe this should have been on the lower part. Yeah, that depression thing is really annoying. Mostly in the last years for me. Life is taken over by that. So do I get the lower one? This should be the lower one. In this playlist are a lot of songs that I didn't listen to for years. I forgot that I have this playlist, and today I realized, oh, there's this playlist, and maybe those songs in there are not bad for a stream as well, and that's the way I got into this. And this is a playlist mostly I put back then stuff in that was electronic music, but more music that was also played in the chart or charts, or part of the was part of the charts, and yeah, less the style I have in the other playlists. Yeah, often known artists, and stuff like what is not fitting too much to my usual style of electronic music. A little more and you'll be ready for streaming. So also Cities stream today. Okay, Harris is over the street. What means for him where he lives to have millions of options for food. What is this? And we will come in. Where he has millions of options for food and everything. Where we put a bigger tree here, definitely. Maybe this is a good position. How are you doing, V? A note here today about 100 millimeter rain. You snow. Okay. Snow. I think we are done with snow. It's often that it's possible to have some snows falling, also in April maybe, but that's only some snow, maybe some snow falling, and then that's it. Not cold enough so that the snow is able to stay anywhere. We have a lot of weather V at the moment that we call in German Aprilwetter, April weather. So there are a lot of sayings in German about the April and the weather. Papa Bear is off for the day. Family trip, yeah. Enjoy, Papa Bear. Enjoy the family trip. Enjoy Easter, and have a good time. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, see you. Yeah, so we have a lot of what I said. We have a lot of sayings coming. What is going on here? Did I have something else about April and weather, and what we call April weather here? It is a mix out of everything. Yeah, you can have yesterday or the last days we often had. Yeah, it was that one here that I moved. We had the last days often a mix out of sun, heavy rain, storm, or just clouds. And it was switching very fast. Yeah, it was like sun is shining. 10 minutes later, oh, now it gets dark. 10 minutes later, oh, heavy rain with storm. 10 minutes later, oh, it stopped. 5 minutes later, oh, the sun is out again. And so on, the whole day. And that's really annoying. Yeah, that was really annoying. Even when inside and sitting here at the PC, it's annoying because usually I don't close my shutters over the day. I like to have sunlight in my room, but yeah, that was a situation in the last days often where I was so annoyed by, okay, now I have to have the screens brighter again to see something because of the sun. Then a few minutes later, okay, it's way too bright. I have to make light lamps on in the room. I hated that. Oh, save the game. Let's do that. I didn't do that so far, and after 2.5 hours, it should be done. Yeah, we were talking about that, B. I think the first time we got in contact, we talked about that, and we are quite near. I think it's 47 here. I'm not sure, but I know that you asked that, and I looked that up, and then we realized we are not that far from each other. But yeah, I have the Atlantic Ocean not far, or whole Central Europe, or I think whole Europe is very much influenced by the Atlantic Ocean, and Gulf Stream is the thing in the Atlantic Ocean what is mostly affecting our weather here. Oh, that's a little bit big bush. I want to have the taller tree there, and there could be the populars. Popular here. Yeah. But not that tall. We changed that after that. Okay, we will have a taller tree here. Oh yeah, that was the time when you think of Central Europe, you think north, south, not east, west. Yeah, I think east-west is also a topic, because yeah, the further you are east, the less the Gulf Stream and the Atlantic Ocean is affecting your weather. The more it comes from yeah, from the east, yeah, from Russia to Asia, and so I'm not an expert for climate, but yeah, here in Central Europe where I am, usually the weather comes from the Atlantic Ocean. Something like this. Here could also be a more beautiful one. Silver maple. Yeah, let's do the silver maple there. Back to the bushes and trees. Now let's scale this down first. But as we are here very dependent on the Gulf Stream, the climate change, and especially the melting ice on the North Pole area is or could be a really big topic for whole Europe, because it could be or it could develop in that direction, that if that amount of fresh and warm water that is coming from the ice there in the North Pole region into the ocean could affect the Gulf Stream, and if the Gulf Stream stops, yeah, it can be, yeah, so the world is heating up, but it could be that in Europe the temperatures go down, yeah, and as the Gulf Stream is mostly pumping warm water from southern Atlantic Ocean up here, and yeah, there are also a lot of experts that not really know. There are only different different forecasts or possibilities what really happens if the ice is melting that fast, and where we could end up with that. This could be something here. If the Gulf Stream is collapsing, so no one is really that sure what effect that will have in the end. That's quite tall one. Maybe here somewhere. There. That is hardly seen. Could imagine to use one of these somewhere here. Maybe more here, around here, yeah. So this could be the bush I was looking for. We scale it a bit down. And something like this here. One thing I always found it strange is when people talk about the largest country in Europe, they never mean Russia, even though on a map is the largest landmass in Europe. You also have to have in mind that Russia is on both continents, Asia and Europe. Welcome back, Harris. It's on both continents, so I'm not sure, but I think so. You are right that Harris, that Russia is still the biggest country, and what often is not really clear when people talk is when they say Europe, what do they mean? European Union or Europe as a continent? That is often something what is confusing. As there are people around, for them is it the same? But it's absolutely not the same. Absolutely not. Now this smaller. Well, only part of Russia. That was what I said, and just easier to exclude them as European for reasons. Some of them not good reasons. Yeah, so if a country is European, Asian, Northern American, Southern American, so that's nothing what needs reasons. So that is quite clear by the geographical position this country has, and nothing more. So nothing more, nothing less. There's another possibility where the increasing warmth causes more snow, which reduces the amount of energy absorbed and putting the planet into a spiral that pushes us back into a hard ice age. The last two ice ages were preceded by a period of rapid warming. I didn't know that fact about the last ice ages, but I heard about that, that possibility as well, that the effects we see now can also go into a completely other direction at some point. Same as I said about This could be something here for this area. I don't think we put any lamps here. No. What I said before, yeah. If the Gulf Stream here for us in Europe mainly, here are lamps. Here are lamps on that building. Then we don't need it there. Then I might use it here over here on this beautiful building. So to be honest, there are still a lot of scenarios possible, but I think what is absolutely sure now, and where no experts around the world have different opinions. The climate change is real. Yeah, and it will change our lives. But in the end, what exactly will be the situation in 50 or 100 years, no one really exactly knows. It should be smaller. Extra large Americano. Americano is also my most like coffee drink. I can drink an espresso too, but Americano, I like it to have a little bit more coffee and not just a small sip. And definitely all Italian style coffee coffees made in that Italian style with that machines is definitely my favorite. But I don't own an Italian coffee machine, and so I need other brewing method, and I go for hand filter coffee. First scale, then adjust. Whoa! Eclipse of her. Exo and Subido on the race. Eclipse of her, welcome. Yeah, you got 2 shoutouts, as I have 2 mods in here today. It's a rare situation. And yeah, welcome. How was Factorio? I was lurking in your stream, and so now I will close the tab of my lurk. And yeah, thanks for stopping by. Why stopping that early, Clips? You ran out of steam in Factorio. Yeah, 2 mods, twice the shoutouts. It's okay. 2 at the price of 1. Yeah, Nightmorpheus, welcome in. Hope you're doing well too. So I was about to talk. We were about to talk about heavy topics here in chat. That's also why I added the tech deep talk some month ago to my stream, because we end up regularly in deep topics, and at the moment it was climate and climate change. Yeah. And I didn't catch up with chat really well. So I will go back to where we were. Back to the messages I didn't read. All right, everyone, I'll be off for today. Yeah, Aslan, thanks for stopping by. Always appreciated. And yeah, I wish you having a good evening and good night later. And I hope tomorrow is a better day for you, a good day. See you. You started early? What early did you start? I'm also good. Oh, Night Morphis, I'm sorry. Hope it will increase your how you are doing. I'm good. Otherwise, you wouldn't see me streaming. And but yeah, the last 3 days were not so easy for me. And yeah, that's why you didn't see me much around Twitch. That was why you didn't see me streaming. And yeah, it's okay. It's okay. As long as I don't have more of those days than of the better ones, it's still an improvement, huge improvement to what was last year. So now I go back to the chat where we were distracted by this raid. Americano, yeah, there was what we were talking about. And Slyn was saying the EU shares the border with Brazil. Another cool fun fact about geography and geopolitics. With Brazil? So is there in South America next to Brazil still, let's say it's colony of an of a European country? Harris, interesting fact that Russia changed some stuff, and yeah, but what we saw, what we saw the last years, or maybe what we could have seen all the time with Putin, is from my point of view, yeah, that there he would be would like it very much to have the Soviet Union back. So I'm not really surprised by that. Not really surprised. So we need a fence here, definitely. No. No, no, no. Apparently, European Russia is about 1.5 million square miles. Talking about crazy stuff, today we almost hit one of our cities with a drone during an exercise, and 30 minutes later, in an unrelated event, an oil refinery near me blew up. Okay. So you are experimenting with drones. Also interesting. Hey, where do we have citizens? Here. Walk, walk, walk. I need you as a reference. Yeah, the climate is so complicated, so complex, and exactly what you said. Yeah, if you look at the how much time, or let's say it the other way around, how less time we, the humanity as a whole, was here when when climate changes like that were happening before. And even, when did we start to write down climate data? 50 years ago? Maybe maximum 100 years ago? So, yeah. Don't think it's in any way possible to predict that. So, this is not slope, but that's okay. We will put a fence here. But where do we put this? I have an idea, I think. Aren't there these wooden surfaces thing? Wood, 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 wood. Wood, wood, wood. Ah, this is the plywood. That's not the one I was searching for. What was the name? It was something like this, but as a surface. Where did I put that? Could imagine to find it in here. But wait, I think it's an asset by Avra Rave. Here, this creator. Let's try that. No, wooden stairs, and there was wooden platform. Exactly. Wooden footbridge. Wooden platform. That was what I was looking for. Isn't Americano kind of coffee? Yes. I never could really get into coffee, I think, because the caffeine didn't really seem to do anything for me. I did have Ethiopian coffee one time with Ethiopians, and it probably had the best flavor. They roast the beans just before making the drink. Yeah, I saw that in a documentary as well. So I know a lot of people that don't have really effects by coffee, but they like to drink it for the taste. So that is an option as well. Yeah, that is what I was looking for here. maybe this more here. That can also be a step. This on top. France still has colonies in South America, and they are considered part of the nation of France, and hence part of the EU. Can you name them? I'm sure I know that. And isn't it somewhat the same with the Netherlands, with the Caribbean, with some Caribbean states there? Chris is in the lurk for food. That's good. Today the wind is coming from the Sahara, bringing sand. We have that effect sometimes in Germany as well. The sky was of an eerie yellow, and now the night is slightly reddish. Yeah, we have that sometimes here too in Germany. Or what means sometimes? I think one, 2 or 3 times a year. Welcome in, Kylie. Welcome in, Kylie. And a hug for Kylie. The oldest climate records I've seen are from 1850s. They were strangely part of circuit tests on the telegraph system. Operators would send a message to confirm the circuit was still good, and would generally include the temp, wind speed, and direction, and any precipitation since the last circuit check. This was done as things like wind could bring down the lines. Yeah, I often hear here in Germany, yeah, if something is happening, like a big flood we had here 4 years ago, and then always is said, yeah, it was the most rain since they started to write down things like that, and that's often it's less than 100 years. And I think it's for different regions, also often different than also here in Germany when they started that. Yeah, so, and for the whole climate, yeah, it's needed more than just having the data of a small part of the world, yeah, or a small part of a continent. Yeah, it's not enough if Germany has a lot of data. And what could we use here? Germany has got a lot of data, and France has not, for example. I could imagine to use this one. Or this one. I think I go for this one. Amara. Yes, is this an Amara pillar? Yeah, it is. Do we have a Amara gate? Yeah. I used that before, I think, at the main station. but I don't think we really need a gate. We could do one here. And for this area, I wanted to use anyways. I make this a little plaza for maybe a restaurant outside sitting area. This could be more shop, but the part here, I could imagine to build something like that. We have surfaces somewhere here. First, I put the usual concrete surface there. Although we will put a decal on it, but if the decal disappears because of the settings, the LOD settings, it's better to have it gray than to have it directly green. You get in Northern America sometimes with Sahara dust. Crazy. Didn't expect that. French Guiana, yeah, sure, we sure heard of that or know that. Group hug. If you use just hug without adding someone, there should be something like that. Every viewer hug. Just gave every viewer a hug. And then, okay, Toby Skylines just gave every viewer a hug. Ah, yeah, sure, because I used the command. So, Kylie, I think that could fit the group hug. In the sky and in the sand. I didn't hear that for a long time. As said before, I didn't hear a lot of tracks in this list for a longer time. As I didn't hear that playlist for a long time. Where is the pillar here? And some of your olive oil. Don't you have Italian olive oil in Canada? Here you can have olive oil as much as you can't use that much olive oil, Italian olive oil, as you can buy here. Let's see how that turns out with the slope here. Should I do it? No, I don't do it again. Try to build a fence without PO. Every time I tried that, for a long time it did not work out. Maybe this surface, is it possible to make that really rectangular fitting to that? Not really, huh? And then we have just a small part of a flower bed or something here. It's getting expensive, okay. Talking about Russians, I think Prosper managed to get back to Cities 1, and if it's him, I'm glad he's safe. He was a nice guy, loved the USA. Oh, I didn't know anything about Prosper, but so he was or is Russian then. Yeah, I thought like that. We have to make that more like this. Stretch it so that the height differences are working. So Prosper did a lot of New York stuff and US stuff, wasn't he? So here we need it a bit smaller. And we can lower it. This is really quite high, huh? I think, yeah, it should be like that. It needs to be on the same height than that pillar here. Yeah, but prices doubled here and I think also in Italy. So, yeah. Prices for something like olive oil are really curious. So I can't lower this too much or different. I can lower this much more, but I have to make that a little higher. So I think now no questions left why I need PO when I use fences and walls. Don't think that there are too many questions left now. Oh, wrong keys. I'm thinking about what would I most like to have from Italy right now. There's so much. There's so much stuff I really love from Italy. Should it be something sweet? I can't really decide. Some dolce are always very, very nice. And I get hungry. I have to make my dinner break soon. By the way, when do the next ads start? Maybe we should do it then. Yeah, a lot of sad things are going on in Russia. So that's also something I always said from the beginning of that war. Yeah, I blame Putin. Yeah, I blame Putin and maybe some of his people, but I really don't blame Russian people for that situation. As after the Ukrainians, they suffer the most. Ah, sure, and Prosper did the content creator pack. Sure, Brooklyn and Queens. He was forced to close his Patreon and his social media accounts. Such a talented asset creator. Trevor! Thank you. Thank you, Trevor. I was just reading chat. And we have again some deeper topics. But yeah, you should know if you're here on stream. How are you doing, Trevor? Good to see you. So you Harris, you put in Romania that price limit, max price limit. Yeah, it was discussed here as well. So the cat visited yet today. That cat visiting, so that it is evening and the cat was not here would really, really worry me. So she was here multiple times and she was leaving when we were on stream. I think you were in your call you had with a customer or what? Yeah, your work thing earlier. So then she was here when I started stream, was sleeping, and then she left after she got her evening treat. I'm not that sure how that complete system with max prices is going, but it was discussed in some other countries in the EU as well, that it could be a problem or a solution for the problem. Yeah, sure, Harris. Yeah, there was something like a deal. Yeah, that or yeah, that they have profit because of that too. You know what? So we have here this gap. If we make all parts of them a bit bigger, we should be able to close that gap without having another... what did I do? Without having another PO changed thing there. That is looking not really fitting. That could be enough. Yeah, then the pillar and we are good. Give me a second, then I'm back in chat. Yeah, sure. We need to stretch it with PO. Yeah, I think that's good. That's good. Cat supper time. She had her evening treat here, or did you mean your own cat? She had her evening treat and left. Maybe she gets another evening treat in her real home, her first home. Let's say it like this. Thanks EXO. I delayed the ads, as I want to include the ads into my break for dinner that I want to start then in some minutes. The difference between us and other EU countries is that first we have to so much oil and gas that we export it. Yeah, that's a huge W. 2, same with energy. 3, we still have our industry and none of our imports are in the critical area. Oh, really? None. And we also have large overseas contracts. Yeah, these overseas contracts are for sure a good thing for you as well. Yeah, EXO, I said that several times before, that Romania is going to be US state soon. Mr. Harris and you? What? Since when? Oh, CMKT. You have to tell me who you want to time out. And I just got the notification that he started his stream. Maybe, yeah, it's always, yeah, CMKT is Ukrainian, not really speaking English, always we always use translator in when we communicate, and there's often something lost in translation. Or he misclicked. I don't know. I will give him the points back. Yeah. So EXO now jumped also onto that Romanian US train. I see. Okay, let's get ready for doing my longer break so that I get dinner and then we can go on for several hours. This is what we worked on, and I added some other stuff here. These platforms to the tram stops, and so let's have a look at this area for the break. Maybe like that. Oh, it's still so fast. Okay, ads start soon. I will make a message for the break into the chat and pin it. I need 30 to 40 minutes as I really have a dinner, small one. I tell you after it, and but that's really needed for me now. We are back. Thanks for waiting. And I see my camera setting can be back to standard. Hermione, hey, dinner was good, yeah. And usually I don't get it done to eat something warm when I'm streaming in between. And yeah, today I had something very easy to make in a few minutes. Potato pancake or fritter, I don't know what is the better word. I made it warm on in the air fryer, so that's quite fast then. And yeah, some sour cream and some smoked salmon. So yeah, that was good. I think I don't have the issue what I quite often have in streaming, when I don't get a proper dinner or supper. Yeah, I don't feel too good. Yeah, in terms of stomach and so on, from some point. But yeah, this should be better. And another thing I just realized, or I had the thought, when I had the dinner, I changed the stream title before of this stream into "Let's Get the Party Started," and no one was getting the party started really here. So I think we should do that now. Although party on Good Friday here in Germany is not allowed, but no one will see.
I'm sexy and I know.
So, hope everyone is awake now. I'm back. The party gets started again. So good, yeah. I can't watch this without having a smile on my face and without having the wish to be part of that party there. And also I know situations like that, as I was doing most time of my life snowboarding, and so I know these situations when you are in a ski resort and yeah, and having a DJ outside of a place there, and yeah, and back then it was mostly mostly music for very drunk people, less electronical stuff, or yeah, things like that we had there. But meanwhile, Fortunately, you find good music as well if you are in a ski resort there. Maybe one bigger tree here. One bigger one. Oh, maybe not that big one. The red oak is nice, but... What, there is smaller red oak? Yeah, but that is too small. That's too small. What is with the birch? Where is the birch? Birch. This is also a nice one. But I want the birch. Not the silver birch. Not the weeping silver one. Where is it? Yeah. Coming up at that tall, maybe one step smaller. Yeah, that's better. That's better. And something beautiful small for around this. Went to Moose's stream, got hungry because he was talking about food, so I went to Popeyes and bought some hot wings with mashed potatoes and gravy. Yeah, then we had dinner now, you two, and hope you are ready for getting the party started here. Some of these. And then just give me that tiny one here. Party, say no more. Yeah, I try to get the party started here all the time. Thanks for the sax. Yeah, that's another way to get the party started. I did it more the having a party in the Alps style. Let's use the smaller ones here on the upper part. Okay. One more thing here. A grill. Lynn, you have returned. You are now well fed. Yeah, me too. I had that longer dinner break, and yeah, it really made me feel better as well. Let's change these two. Switch is the right word. Was the right word. Yeah, good to see you back. I understood it like you were off for the rest of the day or the evening, but yeah, I'm happy to see you back. Happy to see you back. Okay, that should be enough here. Only thing we need definitely a decal here. Everyone eating around here. Yeah, when is your break for eating? How's that looking when it's darker? Oh, that's not decal. Yeah, that could be good. Because I wanted to watch... Ah, yeah, you said that. When you wanted to watch a movie. Yeah. But after cooking, I didn't feel like it anymore, and so I just had dinner, and now I'm back. Creating another ambulance skin and watching the stream. Yeah, that's nice. I enjoyed you being having you here in the stream. There we go. Not sure now if we need that somewhere. Let's put it there. Yeah, let's use a decal here as well. And then we make a little outside sitting area, something like a restaurant or coffee shop. Although we have something huge here. And this is coming... There was something... Something was saying that is a bakery. Did I hide that with the awnings maybe? Possibly. That's also nice to hear that you enjoy the stream. So what type of house? It's too dark. That color style I like quite a lot. Oh, that's too colorful. This is... But that other one has a better contrast to the building. We just take that one. But we need it as PO as we have a strange shape here. By the way, something is missing here in this stream. Yeah, I think that was it. That was what I felt missing here. Harris. Timeout Toby Skylines 2 minutes? No, Exo. That command is not working for the streamer. Or is it? Can't I send something? No, it's not working for the streamer. Fortunately. And if you use the command Exo, you don't have to add the minutes. It's put on 2 minutes by default, and yeah. Stop. Slim. Ah, no. You are no mod. But have a look at the redemptions. Channel point redeem. There you could find a solution for your problem. Mod just not here, yeah? That does not count. Ah. We have to change something here. Let's go back to the full one first. That was what I meant. So, Exo, you could time out yourself maybe now. But I do it for you. The birch tree is one of the most beautiful ones. Definitely So we have a lot of beautiful ones, but the birch tree is also even a quite old asset. So as long as I play the game from 2020, that was always there. And that's great. We go. Oh, ads. I had sour cream sauce for dinner with my potato fritter. Fish and chips ordered. Yeah. Hope you enjoy it, Flim. But if you're still here, let me give one answer to one question. How often does a Englishman like you eat fish and chips? So this would fit better for the decal, but I don't like the curve that much. Now the texture is messed up. The texture is although messed up. Let's do it like this. Never did that before. Let's have a look. Fish is expensive, yeah. But used to have it lots. Okay. So also some bush, tree, bush, more bush than tree. Oh, Exo, welcome back. Atlantic whitefish is so expensive nowadays because of overfishing. I used to love fried cod and haddock. And one last work call of the day. Okay. We can get tilapia farmed here cheap. We have a lot of salmon farmed here. And I have to look up what tilapia is. Maybe my dictionary does not know tilapia. Tilapia. Sorry. Ah, okay, Victoria Barsch. So that usually comes from the lake of Victoria Lake in, is it South Africa? And I don't know where we get it from. What is the... There's a glitch. Still. So I think you can get some fish here that is not too expensive. That's mostly pollock. So we call it sea salmon, pollock, a lot of different names. Greenfish, lithe or lithe, Dover hake. So you can get that. That is the most or the less expensive one, and then the salmon, mostly from fish farms in Norway. $4 15 Canadian dollars. That's cheap. Ah, from Southeast Asia. Yeah, especially when it comes to fish, if you have frozen fish, it's even cheaper, or it's the cheapest thing you can get. Where is the exactly this one? Camellia. Yeah, I think that's nice. When I don't have much room in the tiny fridge freezer and no oven, can't cook it here, so only takeaways, and it's like 20 pound for a takeaway down here. Yeah, so Slim, I said that some streams ago. Yeah, my financial situation, you know, that is because of my health situation and complete life situation, not good anymore. And the most money I save by not having takeaway food or food in restaurants or shops, or it's really rare. I said it to Mr. Harris, who's eating a lot outside or nearly always outside, and also outside of home. I don't know if you say that in English as well, like that. And yeah, I said I think I go to a shop or a restaurant or get takeaway around 5 to 10 times a year at the moment. And I think Harris is doing that in the week. Harris was in this stream. Harris was 2 times outside to get something, to get coffee and to get food. 8 euros per kilogram. 8 euros is, I cannot say how much it costs here. Most of ours are at that. Not many people do it here, but you can get frozen sardines here that are about 150 millimeters long. I like to lightly bread them and fry them and squeeze some lemon top. Yeah, that's something often done in the Mediterranean area as well. And I like them as well, but honestly, I only ate sardines. Is it sardines or sardines? Sardines, maybe. Only on vacation in the Mediterranean area. You can also get farmed salmon, cod, and tuna. Farmed? It's not possible to farm tuna as far as I know. I don't think... my latest news was that farming tuna is not possible. There's also a thing they make here from pickled herring, wrapped around a pickled cucumber with some mustard, and then we have herring is also something typical for Germany and same as the Netherlands, but I don't like it, and it's often in some sauce and in a pickled style. Yeah, Harris, I know. And it's always fast food. I'm so sure you could get so nice local food, but yeah, you are that US style eater. You are that US style eater. Ah, yeah, this could be good here. We need a sim prop so that I know the size of the seeds. I think I have to scale it down, as I have to do it with the most of them. Try. Oh, good. I have PO enabled. Not. Yeah, it's better. Also, those large supermarkets have hot meals. Yeah, same here, same here. You go and choose what you want, daily menu or other stuff, and it's quite cheap, yeah. But honestly, Harris, far away or way more expensive than cooking yourself at home or making food yourself at home. So, and then from my point of view, the quality is not like when you go to a restaurant or for example the kebab shop or similar, or to a sushi shop or Asian shop. And when I eat outside, then it's something special for me, and I like to, yeah, eat a pizza, eat a kebab from a kebab shop. So stuff I really enjoy then. So back then, when I was in a better financial situation, I really loved going to restaurants, different styles of food, and that was one of my things I did a lot to enjoy life. Having some wine for dinner as well. So it was really, I think I still am a guy really enjoying food and enjoying restaurant stuff. But it's not that affordable anymore. But I was also liking cooking. So, and then, yeah, I like more to, if I can afford it, I like more to buy something that I can cook good quality. So, for example, a good steak, and make it myself. As yeah, again, I can have better quality of food than going outside, or if I want to have the same quality in a restaurant, I have to spend 3-4 times the money. For me, cooking is a fun, creative activity. Exactly, for me as well. So I like to cook for myself. When I eat out, it's normally to learn how to make something I've never had. It's not so much for me learning that, but it's very often getting inspired, or yeah, something what was always normal for me was when I go to a restaurant, I choose that from the menu what I never ate before, and not something I'm used to, because yeah, that is also something special for me when going to the restaurant, and yeah, then I want to, yeah, experience something new. Usually. Right? Like that. No, the tuna is wild caught. Mostly skipjack and yellowhead. Define nice local food. Harris, for example, the moussaka you have in Romania. And Harris, I don't know anything about Romanian food, but the whole area around you has got very nice food. And you can't tell me you don't have nice local food. You can't tell me that. I know I don't like that. This one we skip, and there is a pot plant. That I would like to fit in there. Where are you? Really? Ah, here it is. Yeah. Let's have a small wall there. Or let's first have a look what else in the restaurant tab we have that we could use here. What is this? Not tailor. The tailor. It's not the tailor here. Is here something? Cassie's kitchen. Sombrero. La Arabata. This is our restaurant here. Yeah. We place two of them, one to the road, one here. There are so many good recipes with fish, but I only eat fish once per month because overfishing and because it is expensive. Or you have to have a look what fish are you eating because of overfishing. Also, everything is Texas steak, burgers, pizza, or salads. Yeah, so we don't have what you call traditional dish restaurant. What? You don't have something like this? Harris, I'm disappointed. Maybe I won't visit Romania. I wanted to visit Romania as I found a lot of nice people here on Twitch from Romania. And now Romania having no local food destroyed everything. Because that is an important part for me on vacation as well. Exploring local food. Oh, it's not the same height. Yeah, I increased the height there after I unselected this one. Good. Give me some water. I also have a lot of canned fish stored up for a rainy or snowy day. In fact, I am staying inside today and will eat stuff from my pantry, so I do not have to go outside. Yeah, and I usually have food here for the whole week. So I could also not the with not the if I not count only fresh stuff, I could live here without starving for minimum 2 or 3 weeks. When an ex of mine lived with me, I had a contract with a local restaurant to bring us food a la carte. But now that I'm alone, it's mostly fast food and what I eat at events and the base. Yeah, but what was that local restaurant? So that is interesting for me now. What is that local restaurant having in Romania? Who the knock? Who the knock? Sim Games. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And Plup. Plup is unlurk. Sub top, sub jet. I'm good today. But I'm a little bit late with chat. Okay, and local shower experiment is also here. I have to read chat now. Yeah, Harold is part-time everywhere. But in general, he's Romanian vampire, living for several hundred years, and so experienced he cannot do everything part-time. Because yeah, if you have several hundred years time, you can learn a lot. Your marine captain, Harris. What I said, yeah. What are you not able to do? You do everything. Well, I want to know how the thing is supposed to taste. Like, I have never had tilapia in palm oil with ground nut sauce. So I will go to an African place to see what it is intended to taste like, to help me make my own. Yeah, that's good. It's same for me that usually it's easier for me to get a good taste in a dish that is new for me when when I know that dish from a place where they really did it originally. Maybe we don't need a fence. We just use the plant pots here. Marine Infantry. Aha. Tag, Tobi. Es geht. Ja. Ach so, wie es mir geht. It's yeah, I think you heard it. It's quite good. When I'm streaming, I'm usually doing quite well. The camera is always a bit, because of the mic, there is more not seen that it should be. Maybe I have to sit more here. Like when I live a city of almost 400k, there only one traditional restaurant and it's like 30 minutes drive. And for me, food, local food is Don B. Hey, welcome. How are you? Thanks for stopping by. Don B is an amazing asset creator. I think most of you know some sculptures or fountains by Don B. And I'm sure most of you use them as well. Can Europeans get wild rice? Yeah. But what do you mean with wild rice? So this rice with oh, that was not the one. That rice what is not I don't have the word. Peeled, yeah, sure. Usually I have the word, but forgot it. The not peeled rice. So usually you find everything here as well. Meanwhile, yeah, it's I can mostly speak for Germany, but that you even with some things that were rare to get for me 10 years ago for cooking, for example, lamb meat or yeah, something like what is it? Ostrich. Yeah, okay, ostrich. Yeah. So some stuff that was common for other areas of the world and not so far away from Germany was really hard to get 10 years ago. Some things. And also it was dependent on where you live. Yeah, in a big city, it wasn't that difficult, but yeah, in smaller cities, it was not that easy to get everything. Italian or New York food, okay. Big hugging here. Pasta joint, yeah. But also this, I realized that a lot of people, meanwhile, if we talk about, for example, if we talk about pizza, yeah, a lot of people talk then about Pizza Hut, Domino's, all those big chains, and we have them here as well, but they are in the bubble. I am way less a topic when we would talk about pizza than local Italian restaurants and stuff. Okay, I'm not sure if we work on this area, for sure not on this area or the inside area now. I mostly want to make those green parts here. And why is that node here yet now messed up? What is that? Is there another node? Ah, it is. Vampire food would be an interesting idea. Yeah, that Harris, from my point of view, that is really a big loss if you in Romania lost your traditional food. So for me, traditional food, local food, is an important part of culture. Yeah, be then the brown rice is the same what I understand. Yeah, white rice is an aquatic grass Native Americans domesticated. Ah, okay. There is the expert again for things like that. Traditional is subjective. Most traditional European dishes, I think, date back to the 1800s or even early 1900s. Yeah, okay, sure. But also, isn't it like that the ingredients were used before as well? Maybe in another style. So back then, yeah, also my parents born in the 40s, and it was usual in my childhood as well, as my parents were not liking did not like to experiment with food. So mostly the vegetables from your own garden were used, and the typical local ingredients, what you really find here mostly, and yeah, isn't this also something what or something what I count as traditional food, food made from the traditional ingredients? Sure, food is always or the dishes are always developing, but it was totally different to nowadays. Yeah, nowadays you can eat anything here from around the world, even if you want to go to a restaurant, or you can do it yourself because you get the ingredients. Pizza reached New York before it reached Milan or Venice. Ah, okay. I like the clothes line. You rarely see them here anymore due to the constant wind, okay, and dust and cold temperatures, making them kind of pointless. Ah, because of that. You see them less here, meanwhile, because more and more people do have these tumble dryers, is it? Or tumblers? Just tumblers? Toby, we also lost our traditional food. We only have a vague idea of what our ancestors in the medieval age or the early modern era actually ate. Matt, I think we have again different definitions of traditional food. Yeah, traditional food is something mostly where what I have in mind, what was eaten here in that region for the last 1 to maybe 3 centuries. I wouldn't go back that far. I wouldn't go back that far. Okay, we need the more low poly stuff here. We need definitely the grass. We have that leafy farm bush there. We are this definitely, this definitely. This may be. When it comes to ingredients, it depends. Anything tomato or potato based isn't exactly traditional. Sure, sure. But when did the potato come to Europe, Matt? So for traditional would also for me for to name something traditional food, I would also it would be enough for me to that it is some generations back traditional or traditionally made, used. So that would be something I have in mind then. I miss some here. This and this was missing. And let's do it with those ones first. Germans didn't really like the potato at first, and Prussia, it had to be established by force of government. Okay. But when was was it introduced here in Europe or in Germany? Here the closest lines were bent. Harris, what? Why? Because they make the city look ugly. Maybe you had that clothes line that were to the streets and or hanging over the streets. Was it like that? Because then I can understand that, but just yeah, what is usual for Germany or was usual is yeah, like I place it in the backyard. So you very rarely saw them in front of a house, and then it was also if there was a garden part in front of the house, yeah, on the lawn there, you were able to find it sometimes. Ah, cuisine, just like language, keeps changing. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say here. Yeah, and that was what I said before as well. Yeah, it's really hard to to catch up with chat. That I talk to what you last wrote. Okay, Harris, that was also what I assumed with the ropes between houses. Potato were brought to Europe in the mid 1500s, but they did not become common as food till the late 1800s. Okay, thanks, B. This is really exciting now. I think it's the first time the three people I know in the community that have the best, from my point of view, the best education or the most knowledge about history stuff and all about local stuff or things, and are here now. Matt from the Netherlands, local shower excrementer here from Germany, also the region where I live or near the region where I live, and V from Canada. You three, that can be really interesting here, I think, and a more proper conversation about stuff like that, because yeah, more knowledge is here. Okay, let's see. I want to have that here quite dense. So I'm working with these more low poly stuff in the middle, or to make that dense look. At first, and then we fill up with other stuff. Especially on these slope parts, that is quite good to hide ugly slope stuff. The old Eastern Bloc ones with metal poles and wires, and also rope ones that they forgot to take down after the clothes dried. They were taken down, so to have stuff like this here, or even this more modern one, was completely, or still is, usually always there, just empty without clothes then. So, Slyn, you realize, yeah, with dangerous half knowledge, gefährliches Halbwissen, it's not a good place for that. And I think no one knows better than me, because I have a lot of dangerous half knowledge, to be honest. We get one more here in. Excellent. Pölzer are one of the German regional cultures with a lot of dishes from the medieval era still present. As even up to mid-19th century, the region barely changed. We have a lot chestnut, berry, and wheat-based dishes. Berry-based dishes. Can you name one? One berry-based dish? To have an example, if I know it. Such like Spatzen, yeah, Spatzen, Saumagen, etc. Yeah, but that's not berry based. Also, we still drink and mainly produce a lot of medieval types of wine, like Riesling. Zum Wohl, die Pfalz. Okay. My bad, I'm not too much into Prussian history. But he did tour rural areas and ate potatoes to prove they were nutritious and not poisonous. Ich bin Pauls Bube. Some regional accent here. So local shower excrementer is yeah, now as I realized more and more, very much into the culture of the area we are living here. So I just moved here. And yeah, in the last years I wasn't really able to participate in local stuff here. There is one missing. Okay. That's mainly the stuff I like. This is a little bit too good scene here. So some of these in between. Yeah. I don't think we will use these here. You see, I try to find a compromise between building and reading chat. I really try. But I see I'm still 6 minutes behind. There was a major increase in agriculture production from about the 1500s to the 1900s with increasingly complex systems of crop rotations and also knowledge of fertilizers, new crops from the Colombian exchange. Yeah. I heard about that before, yeah, but not enough that I can discuss things. Also, there were those old metal pipes outside used to clean carpets. Yeah, I know them as well. We didn't have that here in Germany. We know it in Germany mostly from the immigrants from Turkey, I would say. Yeah, I'm all in for getting corrected and learn new things. There's areas I know things better than others. There's areas where others know it better. Yeah, I think that's the same for me. And additionally, I have to say, I think there are some parts like history stuff or knowledge about local things that is not something I'm much interested in. So, or let's say not that interested in that I really look those things up. If someone is telling me something, I appreciate it and I like to get knowledge, but yeah, I don't search for it. And as I am mostly not that much in social communities, IRL, in the last years, yeah, it got worse. I would be merging an environmental appeal on not being able to use zero CO2 solutions to dry clothing. Yeah, because of the climate there. But there shouldn't there be sometimes in the summer at least where you could dry clothes outside, where it's also in your area more dry outside and with temperatures above freezing. So how to hide that? Give me one more of these bushes. What is this? Ah, interesting. There was a terraforming network. Won't use this here. It would never be accepted in court. We have an anti-Green Deal policy. Heck, me and my foundation with large support managed to block many so-called green initiatives that would harm the economy. To be honest, it wasn't a fight or anything like that. We had large popular support and a large support in the government. Yeah, the different thing is happening here in Germany at the moment. We have a Green Party in the government, and to be honest, I think that's one of our for whole humanity and for globally, it is one of the most important topics, or maybe the most important topics from my point of view. And behavior like that, Harris, honestly, even in an EU country, makes me sad. Where economy is still, it's not that economy is not important, sure, and but economy being still the highly prioritized above anything else, shouldn't it be these days a compromise? Or trying to get an economy based on new technologies, green technologies. But Harris, one question. Yeah, I know you were most of the times when I had climate change topics, you were quiet here. Are you neglecting the climate change and the stuff related to that, the changes that we face worldwide? Excrementer. Local culture here is definitely very strong, except for core Ludwigshafen. Village rivalries and identities are blooming. You can even make a good sum of money with it, as two popular fashion labels have been growing fast. Even relations with the Palatinate people and this can dance, which migrated, luckily not with Trump, or live across the French border. Yeah. Meanwhile, I have the thought, my personal thought about stuff like that. It's good to have a sense for tradition and local things. But I was growing up in a rural area, and I always hated this one village against the other, and I also always hated it in the whole world. Yeah, I said that quite often here, that from my point of view, especially the Twitch community and City Skylines community showed it to me, that we have more in common as human beings than something that is dividing us. And so even in a more local area, I don't understand that. It feels for me somewhat like they are searching for something that divides them from the neighbors, and really the neighbors. And I don't like that if it's going into that direction. Greenpeace is designated as a terrorist organization, Harris. Dust storms is an issue, because you can't dry something outside. Here the news say that the German economy is going down fast. It is like that. That's not the news. And it's sad, not gonna lie. Germany used to be so ahead when it was talked about quality and innovation. Yeah, sure, but so here in Germany is something going wrong. We don't have to talk about that, but what is this? Surface? No. Huh? This is a building. Okay. Yeah, there's something going wrong. But from my point of view, so the way it is made is not a good way at the moment. But I'm quite happy that the German government realized that we can't go on like we did because we destroy our basis for living. Is this a prop? This is a prop. So this should be scalable. Let's see what we can do with these then. The war proved that our direction was right. Why? I don't understand that. What did that prove about green? Yeah, going green. The dependence. Okay, yeah, sure. No one said you have to give up your own gas or yeah, things. And I don't think we are dependent on Russian power. It's more Russian gas and coal. So I don't think, Harris, I don't see other this to say others are the first to do something is something I really don't like for a lot of stuff in life as a in general, and I don't think that will help much. And yeah, what you say, this is quite normal. Yeah, it is quite normal that the climate is changing, but we know that we know that the climate changes we are facing now are quite faster than they would be normal, and that our it's not raisable. But when yeah, now it should be okay. So also, yeah, if you know that huge parts of the world won't be livable on in some time if we don't reduce something, I think it's not something where you can say, oh, I don't care about it. It's something that comes with from my point of view, it's something to do with what is this here? With humanness, and or it's an act of humanity to not care just for your own advantage. Is that turning out? I'm not sure. I like how that looks. Definitely. but I don't know if we get the area here covered in a good way. But Harris, I'm quite sure that we won't get together there in topics like that, as I am for sure quite progressive in those topics, to act different to what we used to. Also, I see it questionable how most of the European countries got that wealthy, let's say it like this, by taking others their basis on wealth, for example. So yeah, could be difficult to get together here. No, we don't get this to a point that I really like it. So we could work with this. This is not something you can have a look at from the near. That's not enough. The tufts. Mountain grass. Mountain grass could be our thing to go with. I think with these two mountain grass things, we can do it. I like the Canadian. Cascadian or Canadian? Cascadian feel more connected to their bioregion, like the mountains, the forest, than to their state or something, even their countries. I feel more connected to the Black Forest, the trees, the nature. You get the gist? Yeah, I get it. Than to Baden-Württemberg. Yeah. This is also something, yeah, but I think, yeah, it fits to what I said before. I don't really care about countries and states, or I even, to be honest, I even don't care about where my origin is when we have a look at the area I grew up in. Problem is the whole going warmer, colder thing happens over hundreds of thousands years. Right now it's happening in a little, yeah, exactly. But maybe Romania does not have any bad effects now. We have them here. Something like floods and tornadoes in Germany wasn't that normal earlier, or I don't know when was there the first tornado. I realized maybe 10 years ago, 15. Before that, tornado was a topic of the US and not more for me. Yeah, I think this is what I go for here. Yep. I think that was now for this stream enough of placing bushes and trees. I won't go on here now. Let's hop over to another area, to be honest. And first, for sure, I try to catch up with this chatty chat here today. Yeah, we are looking for those that gas. We built terminals at the North Sea to be able to get gas by ships. Northern tip of the Black Forest. Maybe we have. I have a relation to the area Rastatt, Gernsbach, Gaggenau. I don't know. So this is, from my point of view, the northern tip. And if you're interested, I tell you what was my or is my relationship to that area. Excellent. I'm not really sure if all the facts you say there about German economy are really completely true. Mostly yes, but and yes, I think I read it this week. The German economy is growing at the moment by 1%. So, but it's way less than we used to be. And yeah, I think, but I still think it's we are not on a bad way into the right direction. But I think mostly, I think we need to find a way that is not stopped again when elections were and another party is in the government. We have to agree something over this, and so we need to find a way that is mostly accepted by big parts of the population, because I think the biggest thing is political. To really get the political backup for all the stuff for it, and the backup in the population, because things change with that. So yeah, what is difficult for a lot of people mostly is things are changing, and although things are changing always. but a lot of people fear changing things. Oh, here's a house burned down. This is really a long political discussion here today. It's not that I don't understand Harris. I understand that even and the same for a lot of countries around the world. As long as you don't one thing, as long as you don't have the wealth that, for example, the Western countries, like what we have, if you don't have a similar status of wealth, it's really difficult from my point of view. Now this is done. From my point of view, to get you to that point that you are willing to lose something of that or to risk something of that. So that's it is very understandable, and and then especially your experiences with the Soviet Union, sure, to be dependent on stuff is it's understandable that that you see that different to other countries. Absolutely. But on the other hand, some things are not something that is waiting for you getting into the position or into the situation that you can care about it. It's not waiting for you, and there are a lot of global topics these days. I never will catch up with this chat today. Was there ever a chat that chatty in my stream before? Black Forest cake, yeah, sure. That's something what we call German culture. Yeah, something what we export in the whole world. So that's very well known everywhere. Yeah, that's really from the Black Forest. It's and all over the world it's known. You're not a Sven Harris, Sven Harris, a fan Harris, but there is some alcohol in it as well. It is quite popular around there, though I do not know if it is because of the because it's a local traditional food or because it got established as something traditional. I'm not sure. True. You don't like it? It's not my favorite cake, to be honest. Invented by Baker 1915. I would say 1915 is an old recipe. Ah, okay. South of Bonn, Bad Godesberg. Figures so much of our culture isn't really culture. Yeah, it's also something, depending on the definition, what is culture. So maybe the Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte is not like you have in mind, but isn't it part of German culture of the last 100 years? Black Forest cake can here have very different qualities as well. Oh, influential Nazi. But that is nothing I cancel the cake for, to be honest. Another Central European food I do not really understand, but have seen in videos. It's a pork knuckle. Apparently, it's a big piece of pork leg. I don't know how it's supposed to work though. What do you mean with work? So it's just made in the oven and you eat it. Just because of name Sexo, I didn't even know that name. I mean, Rastatt isn't too far from my hometown. Pforzheim, okay, yeah. But I'd be interested in your connection regardless. Okay, let's talk about that before I go on. I went to, or I learned a job that is quite special. It's a paper maker, to know today paper technologist, and I was the last learning it as paper maker, and the school for all people learning it is in Gernsbach in the Black Forest, as that is also the center of the German, one of the centers, or the biggest, was always the biggest center of the German paper industry. And so that's why they went there for the school. And so I had to do, when I did my Ausbildung, my apprenticeship, when I learned the job, I had to go there for several weeks, over 3 years, to that school. And I went there again in 2000, from 2014 to 2017, because I made then the master craftsman there, so Meister, in that job. And I had a really good time, and I spent again in those 3 years a lot of months there and fought friends there. Was in a sports club, and yeah, so that's my relationship to that area. That's my relationship. And I really love the area, and the people there. Was really a good experience to get more in contact with the people. When I was there the first time, yeah, with 18, 19, 20 years old, I wasn't that much in contact with local people. Yeah, we were in contact with the people that were also there on school, mostly, but not that much with the local ones. 4-4. Maybe this can make it. Yeah, that's okay. I have to look up if we talk about the same thing when you say pork knuckle. I think it's Schweinshaxe. Knuckle of pork, yeah. So that's quite well known. Mostly, I think it's mostly very traditional food in Bavaria, if but known in other areas as well. And where so sure I had pork knuckle more than one time in my life. Sure. Just out of curiosity, sim games. And I asked because you are on the outside, but what have you heard about Canada? What have you heard about Canada? Heard about Canada in general? To be honest, that is difficult to say. Heard. I think I could answer that. Yeah, I think I know about Canada, or what my what I think about Canada, what Canada is like. And Canada is for me mostly awesome nature. Also, it's interesting that you have that French part and that English speaking part. Also, native tribes there. Heard. It's more for me, also more what I experienced the last years when I met Canadians like you, SimGamesTO, and yeah, what I see there is most people from Canada I met online, sure. I don't think I ever met someone in real life from Canada yet. Were very likable. And also what I realized, I can understand Canadian English very well. Better than British English, better than English from a lot of areas in the US. So that are my thoughts to that. Yeah, the sure there is the bone as well with a knuckle of pork, but you so back then, or I think still people do it. You take it in your hand and just find the meat there. There's a lot of meat as well, or you can also with spoon and fork get the meat off the knuckle. A pig's food. It's more than the pig's food. Yeah, and the foot is cut, so it's more the part from the joint upwards. Yeah. So there is not really the foot. So that is cut off. There is no meat, but then it's more the... Yeah, it's more the leg. No, Harris. I don't know how politics work in Romania. Maybe it's more like in Italy that quite often they fight against each others. I wanted to check. Let's save first before I open the lane controller. Oh, there's a new chatter. Are you still here? Nikita Vishnev. Nikita Vishnev. If you're still here, we can do a city tour. I'm late with chat, very late with chat. So I would have a look at, or I catch up with chat first, and then I fly around the city a bit while I'm doing that, and I also can tell you some stuff about the city then when I caught up with chat. Like, do you boil the pork knuckle to break down the collagen? Or is it slow cooked or to make it crispy and crunchy? It is made in the oven. And before you put it in the oven, you broil it. Yeah, you broil it very hard from the outside, and then you put it in the oven so that the meat gets the right taste. We jamming here. Hermione is still here as well. What do you mean with jamming? Really the music or the really hard topics in the discussions? Interesting, the papermaker story. We can have more talk about that. I really like that job. Unfortunately, at the moment, not able to work at it. I think it's boiled with spices and put in jello in the fridge to cool down. I think you have another dish in mind. I mean, but in Texas, but I don't know much about meat. Yeah, it's always these prejudices. Is that also? I always have the feeling I pronounce it wrong. Prejudice. Not so sure about that. Cold is a fitting word. Your situation economy. I'm sim games. I don't really know about Canadian economy. I don't. Oh, here are some details missing as well. I wanted to have that nice flight to the main plaza. Did I hear the knock by Sim Games? Ah, I went back up in chat. How much I am back? It's still this 6-7 minutes. Yeah, I think Moose is definitely one of the people that influenced my view on Canada and Canadians a lot. Because he also talks a lot about Canada and Canadians. And I wanted to add something here as well, some more planters. And but also knowing that Moose is for sure not the standard Canadian. Not 1 hour. I have it. I see that's just a few minutes. I could stop. Maybe I should stop chatting for those minutes. Yeah, that should help. That should help. That large A-frame building. A-frame. What do you mean with A-frame building? Maybe that was, yeah, that was minutes ago. I don't have a clue where we were there. I mean, papermaker is a job you don't really think about, but it's pretty important actually. And Harris, you are true. You're right. It's 80% automated. The big paper machines have. I need a word for that. I have that many control loops or control cycles as an Airbus 747 has. Oh, it's Boeing 747. I don't know. So a big as a big airplane has, and yeah, so it's high technology, but the system itself, how papermaking works, is still what you know from the from handcrafting, yeah, where you go into paper fiber with a lot of amount of water with a screen and making a sheet of paper out of it. But yeah, that's not a sheet. You produce a lot of tons a day. A lot of tons, several hundred tons. But Toby, a German pronunciation version of the word is it's this, not dice. Prejudice. So I was nearly, I think if I say dice, it's nearly correct. Absolutely fine. I was just curious if we had been embarrassed on the international stage. No, sim games. Not, but I'm not so much into news and economical topics in the last year. So quite sure I missed a lot there. On that island. Ah, now you mean here, A-frame building. This is a old mill building on the workshop. I think from Poland, from a Polish creator that made a lot of Polish assets. Same as, yeah, most what you see here, this town hall and these old town buildings here around this area are made by him. Is this Friday a statutory holiday in Germany? Yes. No. We are not away from religious state holidays. So we are still a Christian country, although we are open for other religions. Very open. Yeah, in all states of Germany, it's just Christmas and Easter, yeah. Oh, Harry's to bed. It's 12 a.m. 9 a.m. Yeah. Hope to see you soon again, Harris. It was a pleasure to have you here. And if he is still here, he deserves definitely this for goodbye. Sim games, it's all fine, all fine. Don B, I saw you before. Hello. So slow chat mode is off now again, as I was able to catch up. But I think the person that was asking for the city tour was not there anymore, as I was late with chat about 6-7 minutes. And if it's different, if you're still here, maybe I forgot your name. I had it a few minutes ago, but I don't see the name in the list anymore. Yeah, sorry for that. And now, what is going on here now? Don B, how are things? We were working here. I'm just a little bit distracted, not a bit more than usual, I would say. As this chatty chat was really taking a lot of attention. Your birthday is on a regional holiday. Yeah, it was invented for you, just for you. Nice music, I'm dancing. Oh, I will appreciate that very much, Don. As music is what I choose, the music is quite important to me, or music is in general important to me, my whole life, and stream is also something. So it's important for me in the stream because I really like to show music that I like, and mostly I'm playing Spotify collections, Spotify playlists that I made myself. Okay. And when do the next ads come? Should be quite soon, isn't it? This is still something that I really don't like. I usually don't see when the next ads start. I need something, an add-on or so that is showing always to me when the next ads are starting. So I have no clue. As we pause them several times, I assume they start within the next 20 minutes, but I'm not sure. Usually I get it 5 minutes before a notification. To be honest, Germans don't know a lot about Canada. You are the place besides Australia's students want to get to for an exchange. Most recent news out of Canada, the average German was given was probably the conflict, the outrage about Canada sending its trash to the Philippines. Yeah, I got that. Other than that, we think Trudeau is incredibly attractive for politicians. And what I got that Canada was quite successful with legalizing cannabis, as that is a huge topic here at the moment as well. Now I remember what I wanted to do. Please take Trudeau. You want to get rid? So parking spaces will be here. These are the lanes. But I don't want the pedestrians to walk there. I think I want them to walk there. So let's have a look at the other ones. So let's shift that as well over there. Otherwise they would cross the road there before. I should stop the simulation when I'm working with lane controller. So lane controller is a mod still in beta, and I would say was the mod that caused crashes most often in the last year for me. Not always, but always careful when working with this one. Change style of music. That's interesting. It was redeemed the second time. Validate for months or years. You probably won't even know who I am. Was that always your name? As I'm really not sure. But I'm for sure Italian, so just put some Italian music, songs with words, or if you prefer, just background classic Italian music. The thing with changed style of music works a little bit different here, as we do a poll. So this classic Italian music or Italian music will be part of the poll. But to be honest, it's not usually not my style of music. And I know some messages before someone was very very happy about the music. So let's see. We put keep the music into the poll as well. And what I have have here? You can have Italian music, but it's then more background. So if you really dislike this, or we can, let's do a poll for this, yeah? Then we see what the majority wants to hear, but usually I don't put anything in I don't want to hear to listen to on stream, or what is not that good for background. So give me some time. So keep what we are listening to is one option. I can't write that much. Then I even don't know where I would find good Italian music. You would be good if you have some help if it's chosen. Let's have a look what other playlists I would suggest here. Yeah, that. Okay, I put it on for 3 minutes. Please put in your vote for the music we are listening to in the next for the next time. Ah, yeah, Don, you are Italian too. So a few sentences of Italian are okay. Also, I trust you, but usually stream language is English or German, also for short part, as I directly understand it. Yeah, Logger with the raccoon and Flanell, it's definitely also something we have in mind if you think about Canada. Bella Ciao is a song I know for sure, and I think the now the ads are here. And it was not said to me that the ads will come. So I need to find a solution for that. So Don, we listened to that song. So it's not a big thing to listen to a specific song, to switch a bit, or to have a look at a specific song. So Caruso, Lucio Della. I am interested. What was I doing? Lane controller was I doing? So this should be fine. And this is also no problem. And we can tweak that. That is fitting. Do it with move it. Where's the other ones here? But I would need other way around. I don't have it. That's unfortunate. I don't know if we have only that few international known artists, to be honest. But often I don't know if they are internationally known or not. Yesterday I watched a concert on YouTube by an artist that is very well known outside of Germany, but maybe not in Europe, more in the Caribbean, as it's a reggae artist. His name is Gentleman. Whole city, so sure. We did it some minutes ago, but we can have another look. So what is the thing? If you want to really experience what I'm building, we have to go near ground to the details. Yeah, so that is what I'm aiming for a lot. I paused there. This is a beautiful song, definitely, but nothing for a stream. So I think the artist I know best from Italy is Eros Ramazzotti. And now you Italian guys will think, no, please no. This is really a beautiful song. And maybe it could be that I heard it before, to be honest. Thank you for that, Plaza. We spent a lot of time in front of the main station in the last weeks. So huge old town and surrounding. A lot of stuff is not detailed yet, as that takes a lot of time as well. Okay, that was the song. And yeah, what style of music? Let's have a look at it. What did you keep the style of music? Just 2 votes. Just 2 votes. But we keep the style of music. But I go into another playlist. I think it's the playlist we listen most to on stream. Let's go into my playlist Relaxed Electronical. So here you find a bit less electronical music from the charts. On top of my head, I could name Rammstein. Yeah, Rammstein is for sure very popular. Lena, maybe. I think damn. Sarah Connor could be known outside of Germany as well. I think bands like it's difficult out of my head. When I think about, I don't really get the names into my head. It's that command is not working here anymore. I switched from Stream Elements, and I didn't add that so far in the new bot, the streamer bot. As to be honest, I think you were the first one who used it in 2 years. I was working on this area or finishing this area, this huge commercial area, yesterday off stream. Also put a lot of stuff on the roofs, especially solar panels, what you see a lot in Germany. Yeah, and we have that other district here with the marina, redeveloped former industrial area here. With a huge modern part with with pedestrian zone here. But as well on this end, a marina part with a rowing club, boat club, some authority building, I think that fits the best. and a huge yachting club. Oh, yours truly. Thanks for the first chat. Welcome in. We worked a lot on this intersection in the last streams. So all the markings, planters, the tram stops. All custom made. We did a lot of work on the timed traffic lights for this area. So we have timed traffic lights here for, so they are connected. This intersection, this intersection, this intersection, this intersection. So 4 intersections, timed traffic lights. That was also fun to build. What is the name spoken correctly? Aledade? Is it English spoken or more Italian spoken? Aledade or something like that. Yeah, if you like detailed build, yours truly, detailed builds, then you might be in the right place here. Then you might be in the right place. I really like how these residential area is turning out with the different heights or levels of the buildings. So this is a mansion where I always say this is my mansion, the mayor's mansion, and I have some friends around that use the mansions, the pool and spa area while I'm not here. But you see always areas that are where just the buildings were put down and that are waiting for detailing. So this is also an area where we worked on stream a lot in the last weeks and month. This huge farmers market. But I didn't get much people yet walking on the pathways. That's really unfortunate. The second one. So Aledade, something like that. Yeah, good. Then I try to remember that all the time. So here we have for this district another pedestrian zone area where we detailed a lot what we finished in the, I think, last week. And we especially use the technique of putting textures from shops into the real windows of the buildings here a lot. I think some seat markers on the benches would be good. Good to add here. Yeah. So there are some examples. think something special. This is this building is special, definitely. But you know, that's something. Those credits deserve the asset creators, or that asset creator. And something special is definitely as well this heritage site. We have two UNESCO heritage sites, or areas that are inspired by UNESCO World Heritage Sites in Germany. One by Zollverein from the Ruhr area. This is this one. So coal mine, but also not finished. These buildings, let's say this part on that side of the road is not finished with detailing, and I want to work with those buildings there as well. But yeah, this part is finished or nearly finished. So a museum where people can go, and also we have another site. So this is one of the first things I built, the wastewater treatment site, and here we have a German style disaster response unit for technical stuff, and this will be the other museum site, heritage site of a former steel factory. I visited the one in the Saar area called Gelösinger Hütte 2 years ago, but also not really everything detailed yet, or a lot of things are missing. Here's again an area where some stuff is finished, so the tram depot and what are those glitches here? I never realized them being here before. Okay, so bus and tram depot, this industrial area here. I think that turned out very nicely as well. Yeah, it's difficult to pronounce something like that. This should move. Yeah, it does. Pronounce something like that to pronounce something like that wrong or right, because even if you don't know the language it should be spoken in, or yeah, even if you know it, it can be difficult. Okay, Aledare, going to bed. It was a pleasure to have you here again, and maybe you stop by again soon, and I would appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Is this again? Is this tram stuck? Let's see. We had problems with stuck trams here before in this area, but I thought I solved it. Yeah, this seems to be stuck. I thought I solved the problem. So let's have a look into the tram view for a second. No, that's fine. Stop is looking fine. Don't know. Yeah, and then we are back to the area we were working on. No. Here. Sonidoro. Is that good night in Italian, Don? So have you set up the Autobahn correctly as well, with trucks only driving in the auto lanes and whatnot? Not yet, not yet. Not that they would do that IRL. No. It's very basically done. Yeah, a lot of things are missing. The delineators are missing. I'm not sure if the markings are always good. Yeah. No text on the signs. And yeah, on this side, only the markings, and also not all the barriers are made. It's really basic, still very basic here. Yeah. Sleep well. Dreams of gold. Oh, that sounds nice. That sounds nice. Very nice. We have to make a break soon. Exo, you still here? I just saw the Discord message you sent. Here we were. So I need a break. Maybe it has to be a break a bit longer again. So not like the dinner break, but I think I need at minimum 10 minutes. Yeah, I think around 10 minutes. So do we get that in? I think so. Oh, I forget. What about the cat? The cat is not often here today, and yesterday too. She's more outside or in her first home. Yeah, as often explained, I'm only her second home and not the owner of the cat. I'm very happy that the owner is fine with me having the cat here sometimes for nearly the whole day. And she was here at the beginning of the stream, but then left. She left, and she was, when I had the dinner break, she was here for some minutes. But in the last days, she often comes around here and leaves quite fast again. As yeah, just checking if she can get a treat here or something, and then leaving again. Yeah, doing cat stuff. I would say cat doing cat stuff. But yeah, it is always a bit changing. Sometimes she spends most time here, and then there are times again where she spends more time outside. So now you realize that spring is really now very near or has started. as she is way more outside and yeah, chilling outside on my terrace as well instead of coming in and lying on the sofa. That is something. That is definitely something that changed over the last weeks. But it's always a bit changing. Where she is and what she behaves like. Is she sleeping a lot or is she more active? Or what place she likes most for sleeping? Always changing. I think cat people know what I'm talking of. Do I want to start a third ambulance? I really like the livery I made and would love to paste it on my favorite van. But I would have to edit the 3D model and change the license plate, which would be more work than just getting the livery on, which is enough work on its own. I think just getting rid of the license plate shouldn't be that big one, does it? Ford Transits are a bit cramped for an ambulance. Yeah, we see more often Mercedes Sprinter here, but I think I have one of these here. Something like this. Oh, this is VW Crafter. So this is seen, but most of the real ambulances look like this. So this is also Mercedes based. Yeah, this too. So most of them nowadays look like this. Yeah, Slit, I think so. If they have the same looks, and nearly every brand has a van like that. Meanwhile, do you want to share what you made? And do you want to send a link or a picture in Discord that I can share on the screen? Just if you want. And as said, I need another break now. I got a bit of reflux and yeah, need some time for the usual things. So I put you on a view. Let's go to the custom-made pedestrian overpass area here. Maybe like this. Be right back. music. It's a bit louder now, and I'm back. I'm back. That was not the one we were working on. This was the one. Let's go back there. Then, yeah, I think these are the most common ones in North America. Other the ambulance, it was the ambulance topic, yeah. So parking is done. Why is I don't want to have those parking there. Go back to Bob and let's change into the in-game scene again. I often forget that. No invisible parking spaces there. Is there more we have to get rid of? That's okay. I hate these planters. These vanilla ones. Benches are okay. And here, this is also okay. Not seen so much there. I have uploaded some pictures of my ambulances to Discord. Okay, let's have a look at it. Let's have a look at it. Here we go. Nice. So this is more that American style. Genesis, you're still awake, or it's not that late. Welcome, welcome. I like the ambulances. I like the color scheme. Thanks for sharing. But you said in one of the last streams that you also want to do some German or European ones. Oh, you're going to Poland tomorrow, visiting family. Let's start with some, or we do it again, like looking at the collection and putting down some stuff. I think best is residential detailing again. I didn't see you in Nico's chat. You mean Baked? Baked was streaming? Baked was streaming. So some lamps for sure. We need a lot of lamps here. Let's put all the different ones down and then we can have a look what we use here. Yeah, let's put down some mailboxes. We don't do roof detailing now here. Need the balcony detailing now. Saving up for a laptop, by the way. I just can't stand vanilla CS. What do you mean with vanilla? Were you always just playing vanilla? What means just? I didn't expect that, Genesis. I would have suggested you are a detailer. Yeah, some of the shop front planters could be interesting as well. Oh, this song slaps. This song slaps. Is there an area where we could put ivy? I think we put some ivy down somewhere here. So this is mostly backyard. This one shop here. There could be a shop as well. This is more office like, yeah. Also here some shops, okay. Where here? Here we are. Drains. Benches. More containers. Is here something for the hanging wall ivy? Not really, not really. More benches. More bins. Yeah. Those ones. Oh, not the big ones. We have enough benches. No playground here. Yeah, we need bike stand, definitely. Bikes. We don't need pot plants. Okay, let's work with that first. Your PC broke. I think you said that you said that at one point in a chat. Yeah, vanilla is too boring. I can imagine. But a proper gaming laptop is not that cheap, to be honest. That's not too cheap. Okay. I don't like this wall too much. Planter. We need planter as well. So I would put a planter here, and then we should put ivy there as well. This could do the trick. When did I save the game last time? Better do that. Why did it disappear? And how? What happened here? Let's have a look for that ivy and do that first. I would go for the red one here. Yeah, there are ways, but it depends very much on your favorite play style. So if you are a detailer, it is quite difficult, I would say. If you play for simulation stuff, traffic fixing stuff, and so on, sure. Ethnic neighborhoods with custom assets. Yeah, sure. If you have custom assets, that's even more something that makes vanilla much better from my point of view. Let's move the planter to here. Then it makes more sense to have this corner ivy. Slyn, you have decided I'm not going to start working on the transit tonight. I prepare the files I need for the taxis. I've been requested to make... what style of taxis are they? What country? Yeah, like that. Let's put directly one more on top of it. You do an Easter break. So is it family time for you on Easter? What is this? Ah, this one. Ah, this is the one we have there. American taxis. Ah, this is quite long one. Let's use it here. For me, it's often not so easy to find a good end for the IV stuff. We should have something below that as well. Well, let's keep it like that here. I would say let's put some windows in here, but I don't think I have windows that fit to that style. Maybe this is something that Could be good for a mural. We have a fitting one. No, that is not the one. I don't think. I'm not sure. Could be an option. This should be because of the door somewhere on the ground. The cat. I love the cat, but maybe not there. We had that. Or this. I think this. I like that. Or not deleting the wrong one. You go to your family, Pforzheim. 2 weeks until uni starts again. And trip to Berlin. That sounds good. That sounds very good. It's not completely flat, huh? Okay. Yeah, I like that. I think we should go on with putting... Where were the planters here? Putting some planters down first. And then it's easier to place the other stuff around. Enough planters here. I think I would do something I did often before, a planter in here. Yeah, we should do it with this one. Are we able to scale it fitting with prop anarchy, or do we need PO? We make this green area. I think we should put some fences or walls as well. Could have one planter in here. Let's put one here. This would usually need a planter more down there as well. I think I have something better for that. Why does it not go away? What's going on here? Ah, there. Maybe is the music too loud now? I don't think so. It isn't, huh? So, what was it? What I wanted to put on that wall? I even don't know if that is named something with wall. No. Postcard stand wall. It's not. I think I know where I used it before. The marina, some marina or here. On these sides. Somewhere here I used that. I'm quite sure. I was quite sure. No, here is nothing where I could have used that. I'm sure I used that. It's something wooden that you can put on the wall. Let's see. Ah, here it is. Wood panel. Yeah, panel makes sense. Panel makes a lot of sense. Something like a planter here, yeah. It's terrain conforming and I can't lower it. Okay, then different one, huh? I better make it PO, it's easier with this one. There we go. I think that's okay. Yeah. What needs planter? In here, something needs planter. Party goes on, huh? Not the XL. Yeah, just the XL rectangular one. Okay, then we scale it down. So like that. Here, not really. Maybe one on that side. I could like one like this. Or like this. Let's try this one. Or even fitting better like this? No. No, no, no. This time he will leave for real. Yeah, we will see. We will see. But honestly, I don't think I will be still here if you want to come back. Again, nearly 8 hours, maybe an hour more, and then I should be done. I should use distort. Yeah, and have a nice, a bit tired, yeah. A bit tired, and especially talking English 8 hours is tiring me at some point. Yeah, have a nice Easter holiday, and enjoy time with your family. And yeah, hope to see you soon. And if you make assets, we would always be interested in getting some news in Discord. We need to get back this parts of this. Oh, that's not there. And it's too thick. We have to enjoy our time with PO, as the chance is high that we will never see PO in CS2. We could do the same on the other side. No. It would need to be more like this, huh? Better not to use on all ends the distort function. So if I am getting less talkative, it's because of 8 hours of stream. I hope for your understanding. We'll put a planter in front of those parking spaces. Let's use those ones again. If that's not too much, then. So the width could be in this end a bit too much, huh? It should be less wide, definitely. I think this is nice and we make it fitting. It's got to be 1 a.m. Is there a gap now? Ah, it is. I hate this. Okay. Now let's go on with the props we placed here. I think the music is a bit too loud. What I see in the mixer. Okay. Where does this one fit? I think it's too high for that. A little bit. What to say now, Jersey? Is it time for bonjour or is it still bonsoir, Monsieur Griffon? In German, I would use Guten Abend still. So bonsoir. Yeah, I think that's good. Here are some vanilla ones. That's good enough. Let's use the containers here. How are you doing, Jersey? Was it day off, national day off, or what it was called for you in the this Friday? I think I like it the most here. Although, no, it's all the same building. That's okay. Then let's put bicycle parking there. And let's get 3 bikes, maybe. I finished watching the programming for the first day of my science fiction convention. Whoa. But it restarts at 10 tomorrow. Where is it? Is it on Jersey Island? Or are you somewhere else for that? These are quite tall, the bike stands. Yeah, I think I scaled them always when I used them. Then it fits even better in here. Hybrid conventions, okay, still. So we have waste container there, waste there. Now we need waste for this. It's also a big building. So I will use them there as well. What do we have here? The bench. Oh, there comes a bigger tree. Not seen that much there, and so I put it here. I do a little bit less detail here in the backyards than usual. So what types of lamp where? Yeah, I think I go for this one in this area. Don't think we will use that one. But maybe I should place the trees first. And let's... No. Ah, this is decal. Some of these here. Oh, this round one could be here. And it could also be in the middle of these areas. This is still quite empty here. But if there is a bigger tree, that shouldn't be a problem. So let's have a look for tree. I put into those planters first. We will use the juniper for sure. Yeah, save some transport for sure. Can be a topic as well. So this. I have a bush in mind for that. These ones. They are not that easy to place as they are not round. And if they always move around, it's sometimes not so easy to fit it into the place you want it to have. This seems good. This one. That's okay. Now big tree. Next year, the Easter Convention is in Belfast. If we gave direct flights back and go there for a week. We have direct flights back, okay? Yeah. I could imagine to use this one here. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, and that's enough for the backyard. Let's put some lamps. Why is here this gap? That's not okay. And this building should have the same color. What? Why is that different now? Okay, that was why... Oh, not that one. That was why this one was white. Okay, I understand. I understand. Because here the color map is different to the other ones. Although they are one set. Yeah, we use that around that building. Let's put a lamp on top of this. Maybe one of these small ones here. Yeah, this one. Oh, that was a building. I should not have that enabled anymore. There. I think here on that building, something similar. can also only be this one. Here is a lamp. This is a lamp too, but what did the asset creator do there? Yeah, then bye. That type of building can have this lamp. Yeah, I think that's good or good enough. And I think, yeah, we leave that like it is. Should we do add something here? I don't think so. This building here, I think this one should have waste bins. Now let's put also a drainage there. So let's look for a lamp. Oh, you should have this one above the door as well. This could be good enough. And here I wanted to use a wall. What style of building? Also something like that. Yeah, that's a great one. I don't think we have... Oh, we could have... We have a Parco pillar, but I don't think we have a Parco gate. Do we? No. Ads are starting in 5 minutes. Let's make it parallel. And we could scale it up. Yeah. Oh, the break message is still pinned. Oh, should we leave it that wide? Yeah, but there's not enough space to put another one between. And I wanted to put ivy on this. But this is so small here. We don't do this here. Is there another wall directly here? No. We have put ivy here, although it's hardly seen now because of the tree. That was really... Ivy is not the... Oh, not all that stuff, please. Ivy is something more high poly. So it was again that one. So it's hard to get to the other ones. Then just some bushes, or give me the junipers. Okay. Yeah, that ivy won't be used here. Here I think I just put a taller tree in. And maybe some bicycle parking. The vanilla one. Where's the vanilla one? And then we go with this one. So we have a tree there then. Hiding a lot. Let's put it here. Jersey. Last holiday in Ireland consisted of flying direct to Dublin, World Science Fiction Convention, 3,000 people. Coach to Belfast, European Science Fiction Convention, 500 people. Then a direct flight back to Jersey, very civilized. Yeah, but really, World and European Convention directly after each other, that near to each other, that really that nice. Bikes. Two are enough. Okay, let's have a look for that big tree. Could be another one. This is the same texture than this one. That's not my style to have that near to each other. If we use this, some more detailing could be needed. Now we don't have trash containers. Here, just some bush. And then we have some trees here, hiding some stuff. Nothing special. Following weekends, so time to relax between the two, plus a little sightseeing. Even spend one day riding the entire Dublin tram system. Oh, that's nice. And that's a good idea, to be honest. You see something from this. Did you? I am sure you had to switch trams, and so you were not always on the same tram. And did you take some time in between then for some sightseeing as well around the different tram stations? First, let's put a bit of bush or, yeah, ground foliage there. Do I have something in mind? The flower patch. I think I should do that if I'm on vacation somewhere, or consider that as well. Just using the tram or metro system. I think tram is more exciting than metro, as you can have have a view outside. But I like that idea, definitely. Okay, and now just some trees. So this is an area built long time ago. So it can be something taller. Maybe a little bit small, not smaller, but thinner. This could be good. It was like Hamburg when we did Miniature Wonderland. Yeah, that's cool. I've never been there, but a lot of people were telling me that's really cool to have a look at, and also I saw documentaries about that. Yeah, a bush here, a bigger type of bush. Like that. Then where do we have main entrances to houses? Let's put some post boxes. Thanks for the first chat. What are you making? What is it? Kids? Kids soon. How would that pronounced or spelled? Kitsune Foxy? I just call you Foxy. I give you an overview in a second. I'm detailing now some backyard area of my city. I built that a longer time ago. And that wasn't detailed yet, so detailing, putting a lot of props down, plants, benches, planters. So nice. Car is driving to the parking space from here through the building. Yeah, making that more beautiful in here. I have a huge Central European style city. I am detailing very much. Here you see just some buildings that are palette there for being used. A lot of areas are not detailed yet. Yeah, this takes a lot of time, but I enjoy it very much. And I have a huge old town with some special areas like this more modern boardwalk area, or story could be more modernized area, or this river island here. And also we have an area what is quite modern. So this is a park area at the Mort along the city wall with a huge skate park here. And then we have that marina area, what is a huge pedestrian zone with a lot of modern buildings, commercial, offices, hotels, modern residential areas, shops, restaurants here on that side. So the story is this was first harbor of the city and industrial area back then, and then it was abandoned, and yeah, they reactivated it and made it this modern area here. Also, we have on the other side still some boats, rowing boats, and a big yachting club. Are you playing City Skylines 1 as well? And are you playing like me, heavily modded, with 95% custom assets from the Steam Workshop, and also I'm using 93 mods, and to make this game functioning like I want it to be. And I finished this huge commercial area the other day to make this playable like in my style. And so this is less, so most of the stuff is functional. Yeah, so it's still City Skylines with its functions, but yeah, I mostly go for the looks and trying to build something what is somewhat realistic, and yeah, takes a lot of time, but I have a lot of fun with it. So I'm one of the City Skylines detailers, and yeah, I would like to hear what style you are playing if you play actually City Skylines. This building looks not good. What happened to this? This is another building. Why wasn't it historical? Ah, after I reset a building, it's not historical anymore. That's not nice. Now I have to find the building I used here. I think it was this one, yeah. Ah, this is not completely fitting. Rotation needed. Yeah, and this is also what I told before about modded playing and the detailing. Why I don't play Cities 2 at the moment. Still playing Cities Skylines 1 as yeah, the detailing part, or the custom, mostly the custom assets part. That's the most important thing for me. Is not there yet, and I'm waiting for it, and I still have a lot of fun with this game, and a long-lasting project. This is 2.5 years old and still a lot to do. So this planter here Should be grass. Or this pillar. More like that, yeah. Yeah. But then we also need something in there. Tree. Nothing too tall, to be honest. This is a nice one for that. Let's do that. And things like this, scaling the stuff, also something what I enjoy very much. So I hope we get these functions quite soon in Cities 2. Where have we been? Here? No, here. What was I doing? The post boxes. Huh? I'm quite sure I put a post box in here. Okay. And these are all only backyards. So nothing needed here. Yeah, we could use the modern one here. This could also be a good hotel. Same as these. This. I think that's the better hotel. I don't like that one here. What is still missing? Some more lamps for sure. We have lamp here, we have lamp here. On this building, we will use this one. This is the same. And this one for sure fits best here. So slowly my back tells me I should stop streaming maybe and stretch my back and sit at another place after these nearly 9 hours. Yeah, I have a stretch. I'm doing this. I'm doing this. Yeah. Thanks, and I really appreciate it that you hang out here. That's really great. So we do this now directly all around the building. And we should get rid of the ugly vanilla lamps here around. Yeah, I like that very. Maybe they should be a little bit higher. Um, I like that very much as well. Even in Cities 1, a lot of buildings, also custom-made buildings, are way too clean. And that's really my wish for the custom assets coming into Cities 2 at some point. I hope the asset creators, as there are a lot of asset creators from Cities 1, coming from Cities 1, I really hope they will make more weathered, oh, not there, weathered textures for the buildings and also for props and everything. A dirt mechanic? What do you mean with dirt mechanic? On buildings? But certainly we got Sims with teeth, yeah. I really hope that we had that talk earlier. I don't know, yeah, if you were here. I really, really hope that the developers will fix all that bugs and yeah, and also things like that. Optimize the vanilla stuff. And not with that we are at some point there, what I would say we were at with CS1, that the base game itself was limiting the possibilities a lot. Let's say it like that. So let's get rid of the wall lights, as we have our own wall lights now. Dirt mechanic could also have some other simple rules to put darker colors, say where tires would contact roads or near drainage features. Hey, you got they heard you. Yeah, they were listening to you. You got the stains on the roads. What is something that, from my point of view, the most ugly thing they have put into the game, to be honest. So we didn't use decals yet. I think I will put decals here. Yeah. For that inner part there, that building, I will put a decal. Other color style. This one. Yeah. I will stay on online with you till you go to bed, and then I will go make some supper. What time is now for you? To know when it could be too late for your supper, and I should wrap up then. Oh, that's too much scale. That's too much. So 7 p.m. is a good time. So I don't think we will make longer than half an hour from now. But I quite often say things like that, and then it's 2 hours later, so I wouldn't rely on that too much, what I say, in terms of this. But I also realize one thing is the ability of talking in English, but maybe it would be the same in German too, to be honest, after 9 hours. I realize that that is way more difficult, and also my reactions here in the game are less good. These two we need as PO. You will see why. Oh, then one after the other. Come on, scale. Why is it not working? Decals can't be scaled up with PO, sure. Now then I have another idea. So that's not working out. But that decal has got a smaller one. It's close to 1 here. And tomorrow we do the stupid time shift. Yeah, we do the stupid time shift. Although I would really like it more. So if we stop that time shifting, I would like it to be summertime always. But I know that it would be way more what is the word? I have again a word missing that I should know. So the chance is higher that it would be wintertime then. But from my point of view, it would be great if it's longer longer daylight in the winter. Now this is bad. I hate you. But no one will see beside me. Boris? What Boris you mean? Boris? What do I miss? Let's do more bicycle parking here. And I have something in mind. Exactly this. Or more like this. Boris Johnson. Ah, yeah, okay. Sure, Boris Johnson. In Germany, if you say just Boris, do you have an idea who could Germans think of first if we hear just Boris in Germany? If you say just Boris in Germany, use just Boris in Germany. Could you have an idea? Exactly, Boris Becker. And funny thing is, I think he could also go back to UK now, because the news was some weeks ago, I think, that Boris Becker paid all his debts and would be able to, or the things that made it impossible to go to the US and so on changed because of that. But I think it was especially for the UK. if you pay the money back what you, so it was mainly tax thing, and in Germany we say Insolvenzverschleppung. What is it? So it was money stuff. He was for in jail in the UK. So he would be allowed to go back now after he paid everything. Delayed filling of insolvency. Yeah, that was the main thing. The EU required summertime, and the UK has much worse problem at the moment. There was something like a vote or a poll in the EU not so many years ago, and yeah, most people were pro stopping the time changes, and yeah, I think that was that the EU was more for summertime. But were it the politicians as well, or was it the result of that vote among citizens? I took part in the vote as well, because that is really something. For a long time, I think, since I was a teenager, I hated that. These time changes. I hated that. Oh, not the decal. Where I live, we do not do daylight savings times. Yeah. I just read about an idea by an expert in to move to I think it was to move to wintertime completely, but then also to adjust the time zones a bit so that Spain, the idea was Spain going to GMT, and I think Poland to GMT +1. Is Poland GMT +2? I'm not sure. The world needs to agree to move time zones 2 hours apart. Yeah, and in that article where was talked about that stuff, they also said that there was long time ago there wasn't that time changes. As far as I know, it was the oil crisis, 1970, or in the 70s, when they did that. That true, Jersey? I think so. And yeah, No time zones. Yeah, no time zones. How should no time zones work? That means that parts of the world are living in the dark. I have the idea to put something like a monument or like that in here. Tell me how heavy this is. Oh, wrong. This is too heavy for this area. This is all we have here. Okay. Sure, that is a bit bigger one. This looks good. Although I can't understand why this should only have that less trees. Oh, this needs road access. Haha. The statue was not part of that triangle count. So this is for sure not easy for performance. I would like to have something lightweight. Any fountains I didn't put into that list? I don't think so. Maybe what I had first was not too less lightweight. Lightweight, yeah, you see. Speaking is more and more difficult. I could use this one. The Pirate Turtle Memorial Monument. That's for sure the lowest tris we find. Okay. I think that's good. For the moment, and then we wrap up. We just put the trees and bushes into the planters, and then it should be good for today. I think I will put, or I for sure will put more details in this area here around this, but not now. And I had one more or two more ideas, and we will do that as well. Yeah. So we put some benches around here. There's something to be said about everything being either universal time and or local time to the minute, like it was before railways. Before railways? What do railways have to do with that? Let's use these as well. Oh, the cat is at the door. Finally, the cat found home. What means home? Her second home. Give me a minute to open the door for the cat. The cat, how I am doing, sure. She's looking for if I give her a treat or if I pet her. She will be happy that I wrap up the stream. She's a little bit, I said it before, her behavior changed a bit in the last days, but that's quite normal. For this cat and all cats I was having contact with before. This one we can use not standing at a wall quite good as well. So, what's going on, cat? Where are you? It can only also be that she will leave again in some minutes when she realizes that she won't get treats. It's a cat, yeah, you never know. Although I think I do know this cat quite good meanwhile. You never know what happens next. You never really know. Before railways, every town in the UK had different local time. Every town. But people kept on missing trains, so they invented railway time. And most public clocks had 2-minute hands. Okay. What means 2-minute hands? What means 2-minute hands? I always found cats' behavior was greatly affected by the amount of daylight, and in the spring and fall the amount of daylight changes faster than at other times of the year. I'm not sure if I would second that, because even in the middle of summer, she can change or switch. Also, if you there is a cat on desk now. Yeah. So when there is no daylight here in the room, it's hard for the camera to get the cat on camera. So I don't have the feeling that it must be the daylight. So you see some black void here. You shortly saw the cat's asshole. Yeah, that's also important thing. I have the feeling cats like to show it. Oh yeah, She's missing the pets. 2 hands for the minutes, only for city time, and 1 for railway time. Ah, okay, now I got it. I didn't know that the word is hands for the things that move on clocks. So I realize that she's more outside and more active at the moment, but she had that in autumn as well when it was getting darker, and I also know or had times with her when she was in the middle of the summer, from one week to the other, nearly being 10 hours here or more hours here just sleeping. So it really changes a lot, or a lot faster than I could say that daylight changes could be the only reason. Don't think like that. Let me put this planter here. Yeah, I will lay down with her on the sofa when we ended stream, and then she will be quite fast. Quite fast at that point that she is okay with the amount of pet she got, and then it's usually time for sleep. The word in German is Zeiger, because Zeiger, I think the direct translation to English would be shower. Yeah, it shows you the time, so it's a Zeiger. To show is zeigen in German. Okay, that's not needed here, I think. Let's put some more of these down. Here and here. And here. One here and here. That should be enough at first as well. And jetzt now just there are some German words coming into my mind or into my speaking. It's time to wrap up. It's time. Hand shoes, yeah. Hand shoes. If I never thought about that jersey. That's really funny. But it was also always normal for me that it's handschuh. But it also makes sense that gloves are shoes for the hand. It's totally, yeah, cat. I think it's totally understandable. Yeah, it sounds a bit funny, but hey. Do we have a good tree for there? Maybe. I had something in mind. Maybe it was here. Yeah, something like this, but not that tall. And if we make this less tall, no. So let's use these ones here. Yeah, you will get your attention. You will get your attention. She's now lying on the table with her front paws on my right arm that I also moved for the mouse. Now she asks for her favorite pet move I have. Is a shoe word rather like covering, as in hand or food covering? Yeah, no, shoe is like the English word shoe as well. I would not say that there are different meanings, but yeah, what is a shoe doing? To be honest, covering the foot, protecting the foot or the feet. So, and the glove is protecting, covering a hand. So, me, it's totally understandable why that German word is Handschuh. For me, totally understandable. Oh, there are ads. I should have paused them. As we wrap up soon. So this announcement for me, the notification about the ads, sometimes it's there, then counting back from 5 minutes to when the ads start, but sometimes it's not there. Yeah, usually I have chat in my view, as I usually if it's not that much chatting that we had in the first half of the stream, I can catch the stream quite in time. Okay, here we could have, this is a more modern building, so it should be a young tree. Maybe we could put a magnolia here as well. And then there was something else. I think the regular street is it's okay for this. Gloves and mittens. I think I never heard mittens. Yeah, but mittens is for boxing or yeah, this is also no. This is is another thing in German. So what my dictionary says, what mittens is in German der Fausthandschuh. So it's a the direct translation would be fist handshoe. As you don't have the single fingers. So here 2 toiletries, and then something in here, and then it's done for today. I could imagine to use this or this or this. I think this I like the most here. Yeah, but they are very wide. So if we scale that down, no, I don't like that. What is this? Where is the cottonwood? I didn't use it in a long time. It's the best vanilla tree here. Eastern cottonwood. Best vanilla tree. I think it's the only vanilla tree I use. And that is compatible to the workshop trees. Sure, I think Mr. Mason made it for the game. So here we could have something more fancy as well, and I have something in mind. Yeah, this one. Some flower stuff. And what else could fit in there? Well, combination out of these. And the texture of the grass there isn't too bad, so I don't think we need to fill up that completely. So just this always in the middle part, and then yeah, one of those on each side. Okay. And here it's just one. Oh, that's not looking good. We put 2 as well. Yeah. So guys, that's it for today. Let's have a look if there is a raid victim for us. Bait is still online. Okay. Let's have a look if his chat is only German or if it's also English. He was streaming in English quite a lot lately. And maybe this in the night now could be yeah, it's English and Moose is there. V is there as well. Yeah, so yeah, let's raid over to Baked. This is not that often that I get the chance to raid Baked Air. A German streamer as well, mostly streaming in German, but as said, lately quite often streaming in English. Again with Cities 2. But yeah, it's one of my most loved guys from the Twitch community. I usually have a lot of fun with him. So let's do that. And he's not only playing cities, more does more variety. Cities 1 wars and now it's 2 wars always his main game, but from time to time playing other stuff as well. Here are the raid messages. So the first one is for everyone and the second one is for the subscribers. Would be nice for the active ones here to copy the fitting one. Okay, pig is a young animal like lamb versus sheep versus mutton. What was this referring to? Swine? Schwein. A little bit different. Pork is French. Not sure about pig. Okay. So I'm done and see you soon. Bye. I think I missed the whole countdown.
Maybe I will elevate it a little more. I'm starting to. Hey, Polly, hello. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the raid.